We're going to get started. We have a full agenda today. Welcome to the Architectural Review Board hearing of October 17th. May I have a roll call, please?
Chair Malone Pritchard.
Present.
Vice Chair Lippert.
Present.
Board Member Liu.
Present.
Board Member Pop.
Present.
Board Member Guyer. Thank you.
Now is the time for members of the public to come forward who wish to speak about an item not on the agenda. Seeing none, we will move to review of the minutes. We have the minutes of October 3rd. Do any board members have comments?
Move we approve those minutes. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I will abstain because I was not present. Okay. We have two consent calendar items. We'll consider them separately. The first one is 3445 Alma Street. Would any board members like to pull that?
I'd like to pull that.
Okay, so Board Member Lippert would like to pull that. This is 3445 Alma Street, request by MCG Architecture on behalf of Alma Trestle LLC for architectural review and a sign exception of the installation of two projecting signs on a 50,500 square foot two-story mixed-use building at the Alma Village development. We have a staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Staff would like, if there is substantive issues to discuss about this project, staff would request that this item be deferred till after 11 because the primary applicant isn't here yet.
Right here.
Oh, no.
So, Board Member Lippert, do you agree that we should postpone it to after 11?
Sorry?
Do you agree we should move this to after 11 o'clock? Or do you have substantive items to discuss?
No, they're not substantive.
Okay, let's go ahead and discuss. Since you pulled it, do you have any questions?
Did you want to make a presentation at all on this?
Basically, the proposal is to add two blade signs, and this is in response to subcommittee comments from a few months ago. The applicant is just proposing this in order to meet their signage requirements, and it does require a sign exception, and that is the reason why it's before you today.
Okay. I'm on the subcommittee, and we did discuss this before the subcommittee, and we felt that it was significant enough, and with the exception that it needed to come before the ARB. This was our recommendation, actually, and staff had said that it needed to come back before the entire board. The only thing I wanted to point out is that the discussion that we had were that the two signs were to be identical, and in this case they're not identical. One has a belly to it, or a bow. The other one is straight with a little bargain market underneath of it. We're talking about the marquee or blade signs. And that we also had one other comment, which was the placement. We're talking about page 3 here.
The bow is the existing sign, correct?
Correct. But that's was the point that I'm trying to make. And then the other issue is that we felt that if you look at the plan for C and D, that going south on Alma Street, it was important to have Alma Plaza visible on the north face of C, and that the grocery outlet would be on the south side of C, and then on the other side it would be reversed, whereas you're coming north, it would say Alma Village on the south side of the sign, and then grocery outlet on the north side of the sign. That was one of the discussions that we had at the subcommittee, and so I think it's important that the ARB make a determination on that.
Yeah, I'll just chime in here for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
As a participant in the subcommittee that day, what I don't recall exactly that direction, but I do recall us suggesting that there should be some notation of Alma Village at the entry points to Alma Village, and perhaps some type of a sign that went across the roadway might be appropriate in some way. I don't think I gave direction to have the Alma Village sign at the southernmost and the northernmost faces of the building. But I do have other comments about this, so I don't know if you want to, is that all you have, or you want to?
No, and then the other thing is that in the staff report it said internally illuminated signage, and we don't generally approve internally illuminated signage. It's always halo illuminated, and I want to know where that internally illuminated signage is located.
There is internally illuminated signs in terms of the blade signs on the site, and the way that we've addressed it is to require that we require push-through letters, so the entire item, the entire sign doesn't glow, that it's really just the letters, and it would be probably difficult to do halo illuminated signs for the blade signs.
Okay, so it's not a full face illumination.
Correct. There is conditions of approvals added to make sure, and I think the application also, the plans show that it is intended to be push-through letters.
Okay, and then the last item that we discussed was the obscuring of the windows, and we had mentioned to the applicant at that time that that was not appropriate and consistent with what we allowed, or the conditions of approval for the project, I believe.
Yes, I recall that discussion, and that the windows is something that staff is working with the applicant on, and it's not part of this application. It's something that the applicant is working directly with the interim director.
Okay, because originally when Mickey's had gone in, that window was visible, and it actually had I think the wine shop portion of the market was in that area, and it was visible from Alma Street.
Yes, and subsequent to Mickey being the tenant, that there were subsequent approvals to allow the obscuring of the windows. However, staff is working with the applicant on that issue, and we are considering that a separate item from this.
Okay, so that's my 2 cents.
Did you have more comments?
I do, actually. So I think of this as one building. And while they may be separate items, we are allowing the project to move forward by approving the signage. And I'm not comfortable with the covered windows on this project. I think that the City Council agreed to allow this building to be closer to the street than would normally be allowed. And they did that with the expectation that these windows would allow you to have transparency into the building and see what was going on. And I'm often aware of comments people make about this building and how aggressive it is toward the sidewalk, and how that appears, and the general nature of this building aesthetically. And the windows, I think, are a huge component of this. And I'm not inclined to move this forward until we really understand the total picture of what this applicant is doing with signage and graphics on the building.
Thank you. Staff does appreciate the board's concerns about the windows. However, we would request that the discussion be on the blade sign. The whole window covering issue is being separately discussed by the director and the applicant, as well as the city manager's office. And I believe a decision has been made on that. And so in order to move the project forward, though, we do respectfully request that the board move on this item, understanding that the window covering issue will be dealt with as a separate matter.
And we'd be happy to prepare an informational memo regarding the window coverings as a separate item.
I'd very much appreciate that. Thank you. So I'll follow your direction about that, and just provide the couple of comments that I have about the blade sign. The first is that they seem awfully bulky and blocky, and I'd really like to see them have a little bit more character to them. The building itself is bulky and blocky already, and this just further reinforces and exaggerates that. And I'd really like to encourage the applicant to consider something that's a little more relaxed, like the old signage that was approved, the Alma Village sign that had the little bit of a belly that would come out, and something to add a bit more character to it would be more to my liking. And I'd also like them to look at the direction of the text. My experience is always that text doesn't read well when it's stacked like that, and I'd much prefer to see it run up the building versus letters stacked in the way that they are. I think that it's awkward to read like that. Those would be my comments today. Thank you.
Alex?
So I was wondering if there were color samples available today or maybe in the future. Aha. Great, thank you. And then I think really, I think I agree with Board Member Pop, and I think my other comment would be that the existing building is very blocky, especially because the residential units have solid guardrails, and the wall signs sort of help put something, they add something to the blankness. And so if we're removing all of the wall signs facing Alma, it's going to be fairly blank. The existing awnings are very minimal, right? And they're just painted the body color. And so it seems like it may be, it might be the wrong direction. I mean, I think that I'm fine with the blade signs, but I think maybe the applicant could add more as well, like pedestrian, like sometimes, like we have in the next application, small little projecting signs, the little under 5 square foot projecting signs for pedestrians. So there may be a way of adding more interest at the sidewalk level. And I think that's all that I have. Thank you.
Robert, do you have any comments?
Your turn.
Oh, sorry. I have no problem with the wall sign, but I'm definitely not impressed with the blade signs. I mean, we're looking at a situation where we're asked to approve an exemption for 3 items, which make this sign incredibly much larger than theoretically should be allowed. And based on that, I mean, in past experiences, I've usually had a situation where if someone comes in and they want an exception of some sort, it's sort of the product that's brought forward is over and above what should be the case just because you're asking for an exception. Here, I mean, I don't see anything architectural, doesn't do anything for the building. All it does basically is tell you what the name is. So I agree with you that I think it needs to have some additional thought on the blade signs. The wall signs are fine.
Thank you. And I had a similar reaction. The reason the initial blade sign was approved, and I believe that also required an exception, was that it was in an appropriate location. It was necessary to identify the project, but also because it had an elegance to it that enhanced the architecture. I don't believe that the signs that are proposed, the blade signs, are enhancing the architecture. They're they're too blocky, too utilitarian, so they need more elegance. And I think the curve did a lot to improve the previously approved signs. I'm not saying they have to do a curve, but they should look at something creative to make these signs enhance the building. And I do also agree with Alex's comment that the way the previous wall signage was placed on the building, it was in multiple locations. It was stretched out across the building, and that did help to break up the large mass there. So I probably would be okay with the wall sign as proposed. I would prefer it if it were more stretched out. And the blade signs are too blocky. So I don't feel ready to approve at this time. Lee? Good point, yes. Are there any members of the public here to speak about this project? No.
Maybe the applicant wants to.
Would the applicant like to make any comments? Okay. Okay, actually we have somebody here. Okay, Lee is going to craft a motion.
I'm going to move we approve the wall signs only today, and that we continue the blade signs, and they can be put back on consent.
Can I ask a clarification? I thought my understanding was that the wall signs are already don't require any exception, right? So those are staff level approval, so that you don't necessarily have to weigh in on that. It's just the projecting signs because they're getting an exception.
Thank you, that's correct. The wall signs do conform to the sign program that was approved for the site, but staff included that information just to provide context.
Okay, then all we're doing is continuing the blade signs or the marquee signs until to put them on consent, and the applicant to make changes or revisions based on our comments today.
Would you consider making that a date certain?
No, it's on consent, so it doesn't need to be a date.
Okay.
I need a second, though.
I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. And the second item on consent calendar is 518 through 526 Bryant Street, also a signage package. Would any board members like to pull this item?
Actually, I would.
Okay, we are hearing 518 through 526 Bryant Street, request by VKK Signs for architectural review of a building sign program with sign exceptions to allow the installation of 5 projecting wall signs for 5 commercial tenants in the CDC GFP zone district. Is there a staff presentation or an applicant presentation?
I'm not sure if my applicant is actually present this morning. No presentation, really. There's Dan. No.
I'll field answers or questions you might have.
Okay, if we have any questions for you, you'll need to come up to the microphone.
Sounds great.
Okay. Lee, why don't you start us off since... Well, actually, first let's see if there are any members of the public here to speak about this item. There are none, so Lee.
Yeah, I have 2 minor comments on this. The first one is that I'm not particularly fond of the mounting of these blade signs. They're held in place by chain, and simply that there are holes at the top of the sign, and there's a little clavus or a screw attachment to put it through the sign. And I'd feel a little more comfortable if there was a horizontal bar on each of those signs that, and the sign attached with some sort of screw or bolt, through the sign, so it would be slotted, and that the bar would stay fixed. I'm just not terribly crazy about it going straight through the sign. What we're going to wind up with, I think, at some point is just hanging chains, and that's going to look a little awkward. And then the second comment I had was the Three Seasons restaurant. I really like their sign, but I think it should be around the corner on Bryant Street, on that last pilaster, so that you've got a rhythm of signage going 5 signs on Bryant Street. So instead of it being around the corner, the whole idea is to draw people to the Centennial Alley, and the only way to do that is to make it visible off of Bryant Street. And these are more informational than anything. So those are 2 changes that I would propose. Other than that, I think the signage is great.
Robert?
Yeah, actually, I can see your point about the chains, but I'm not really as worried about that. And I understand, I could see your point also about the fifth sign, but I think the idea was based on what the elevation looks like. I think they weren't sure how to get 5 signs properly spaced across there, across this, the 2 elevations, so I think they did it this way. So it's not, I'm fine with the way it is here, but I'm also willing to accept any, minor modifications like that.
Do either of you have comments on this one? Alex?
I just have one comment. So I've worked on some signs like these at the Stanford Shopping Center, and I think the difference there is that they've made them, instead of just the signs themselves, instead of being really thin, they're actually a couple inches thick, and it actually makes it more substantial looking. And I don't know if that's the right look for this particular building, but generally it's a higher quality aesthetic, and I think that goes to your point about having some sort of bar as well. That's another way of doing it. Instead of having it just look like a like a poster board. Yeah.
I'd just ask the applicant if there's some other hanging methodology they might propose versus the chain.
Well, so the chain...
I'm sorry, if you don't mind, would you just identify yourself and then
yes.
respond?
I'm Dan Kitzmiller from VKK Signs. And
down here.
just to clarify a couple of things, the sign in the alleyway for 3 Seasons is existing. So that sign is already up. It's been up for a long time. I have no idea if a permit was pulled for that or not, but we were requested by the client to match that sign around the front. If we put a 5th sign along that front, it's just going to confuse the public because there's no entry along that frontage for that restaurant. The restaurant entry is actually down the alleyway. So that's why we kept it there. As far as the chain's concerned, the first chain, the idea is that is actually welded in place. The other 2 chains, as many as we need to bring it to the proper location, would keep it from wanting to swing wildly. It's going to keep it moving this way. So if somebody comes up and hits it, which kids love to do, we found over the years that this is the best solution. To add a bar along the top of the sign, Lee, I think would really take away from the look of each tenant sign. The graphics. If you look at the graphics on all those pages, each one of those is distinct. And if we have to put a black bar along the top, I just think it's going to take away from the simple elegance of the proposal. So I hope that answers your question about the chain, and be willing to answer any other questions you might have.
Okay. What I was looking for, Dan, was actually if there is some other hanging method that you might propose beside chain, but if you feel like chain is the right answer, that's your opinion.
Well, chain kind of is in keeping with the architecture as well, and with the bracketry, and again, it matches the existing sign. So we were trying to match the existing sign. There are other ways. You can do a rigid flat bar that would swing just one way. It won't allow it to twist in the wind. That's another option. Cabling is just a bad idea. We always don't like cabling. It tends to flap in the wind. We could do a rigid mount, but unfortunately a rigid mount would just be invitation for vandalism. People love to break signs. So,
yeah, I think the thing that I was reacting to was the balconies up above are quite delicate, and the metalwork is very nice. It's done up there, and the scale of the metalwork on the signs seems a little bit out of proportion with the work that's just above it, right adjacent to it. And I'm wondering if there isn't a way to refine it a little bit and maybe pick up on some of that. Perhaps instead of just a perfectly flat bar, some type of the same kind of an element that might connect between the bracket itself and the sign to allow for that, an S curve that would do the same thing and allow the movement that you're looking for, but not be essentially what is a modern chain. I don't have a problem with the sign that's around the corner in the alley. I actually think that in terms of wayfinding, it's the right place for it, and I'd prefer to see it there. And I think putting it on the front of the building would be confusing, but I am just, voicing a minor concern about sort of the proportion, scale, delicacy of the metal work that you're proposing relative to what's already on the building. And I think if you could take something almost directly from the balcony that's right there and really just incorporate that, it will help to knit it together in a better way.
Okay. Well, again, our intent here was to match the existing sign, which is there. So anything that we do different than the one that's in the alley would constitute a change. It would not look the same as the one in the alley. So we're trying to do uniformity and keep them all consistent. And that was my marching orders from my client.
Can I ask staff, was that sign approved?
I could not find a record of that sign being approved.
Great. So while I respect that that sign is up, it's not actually a sign that we have record of approving, and so I don't see that as a necessary guidepost for us to move forward, and I'd rather replace that one with something that's more appropriate if we need to. Okay? Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Okay. So, yes?
Do you have any?
So I was actually happy to look at this one on consent calendar. I was fine with the signs as they were submitted. It is an interesting point about the existing sign not having been approved. I also found it interesting that some of the other signs that were included in the package as examples, which I'm not seeing now. I thought somewhere in the package I saw some example signs from elsewhere in downtown, which also I don't recall approving, which would have needed exceptions. So just
That's correct. I think it's in your attachment at the end of the staff report, and I think your understanding is correct. I didn't actually go through and verify, but many blade signs are just put up.
Yeah, that's where it is. So I might just urge the applicant in future, if you're trying to use examples, you might make sure that they're actually approved examples. Would any board members care to make a motion on this?
I'll move that we, let's see, similar to the last, why don't we move this forward to consent calendar at a future date?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Now, item number 3, 405 Kurtner Avenue. Request by Salvatore Caruso on behalf of Zhen Li for architectural review of a new 7,425 square foot, 3-story building with 6 residential condominium units on a vacant 12,375 square foot site. The zone district is residential multiple family RM30. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Malone Pritchard and board members. This item has been before you on 3 prior occasions. This is the 4th go-round for this item. There were a number of items that the board requested the applicant to take a look at, and staff believes they've addressed those particular items. I will run through those to remind the board of the items that they had requested the applicant come back with. And in the interest of time, I will defer to the applicant to go ahead and explain how they've addressed each of those items. So those items were light fixture types, restrictions for storage on the balconies. Oh, nice. Material at the other side of the soffits, condition for trash storage to remain in the garage. The west elevation canopy design, the length of the canopy extension, and transom windows over the doors. Clarify wing wall details for overall height. Clarify downspout detail at balconies. Clarify materials in narrow spaces such as between windows and doors. Consider adding clear story windows to units B, D, and E. Refine the colors to have greater differentiation from one another. Handrail at entry elements. Extension of wing walls down to grade on the west elevation. Increase window sizes and combinations. And review the single support at the north elevation at units C, D, E, and F. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant to explain how they've addressed each of those items. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Morning. We have incorporated your guidance and incorporated our experiences into the project in order to best address everything that has been requested of us. The site plan here, as you can see, we have incorporated all of the mature trees and landscaping that is prevalent adjacent to on the site between our site and the adjacent single-family residence. We have incorporated all of the drought-tolerant plantings along the area that require very little watering along the areas where the oaks and the various trees are located. We've also from the beginning incorporated all, which is one of the findings necessary on the project, incorporated all of the parking to be concealed behind garage doors so as not to become a large parking lot, if you will. So all garages are enclosed, and we have the guest parking at the end of the lot with proper turnaround. The curtainer elevation has been enhanced and reconfigured in order to incorporate several of your requests and guidance. First of all, the proportions have been, there's been a great deal of study on the proportions of the architecture. We have revisited and incorporated the comments made by the board members on the entry element so that we have lowered that proportion to become greater in scale with human scale, if you will, in the pedestrian experience along Curtner Avenue. We have incorporated fenestration along the tower element in order to break the mass of the Ipe wood as suggested. We looked at various studies on where to locate that fenestration and whether we doubled the width, whether we kept it as a single width along the vertical length or corner, if you will. And the best scenario that we found was incorporating the two windows along the upper part of the tower so that it breaks up that mass. It also, if you will, flirts with the idea of the inverted L, so that basically that, if you will, theme that is created and carried out throughout the entire project is incorporated on this front facade as well in a secondary fashion. The balconies have been better proportioned so as to have a vertical alignment, more of a classical balance. And again, one of the keys to modern architecture is a sense of order, and order incorporated into the modern features as well. The overall height of the building has been lowered by 2 feet. There was a comment by Board Member Liu about the height and scale of the project. So we studied the project very closely and looked at ways to better address that. And in addition to lowering the entry element here to better connect with pedestrian experience and basically give almost a 2-story volume to this entry tower and an entry element, we have also lowered the overall height of the project across the board at every single location. So basically not just the highest point came down, but all the other intermediate points were also lowered proportionally so that the proportion was maintained overall in the project while enhancing the mass and scale to be lowered. In the overall project, we have revisited the several features actually, starting off with one point that Board Member Burchard had mentioned about the singular post at the patio level on the ground level at this particular location. Basically, looking at the architecture, one thing that suggestion sort of prompted us to do was overall integrity, that all facades had thematically and architecturally the same responsiveness to the theme, and the theme being the inverted L, this shading device that is incorporated into the architectural element. So with the prompting of that particular comment, we looked at the, that particular post element that was sort of out there on its own. And by actually carrying the inverted L element all the way through the architecture from the south facade to the north facade, we're able to actually integrate it fully so that that becomes a three-dimensional piece that has full integrity all the way through from ground all the way through to the roof element and across the top. Also, it enhanced the overall experience of the proportions. So therefore, taking what originally started off as a very horizontal project and basically inserting that verticality, that sort of vertical dimension that allows the architecture to, and the units, if you will, to read individually so that each owner, each occupant of an individual townhome has identity at all levels, whether it be on the south elevation or the north elevation. To further enhance that experience and carry out that theme, we have also redesigned the entry elements here with the inverted L. There's other illustrations, three-dimensional illustrations, that will better show that particular approach. But again, it was very important to incorporate the comments made about arrival point of entry, and that those entry points be something that stand out and are visible along the elevation. As you can see now, the overall units, the 6 units that we have both on the south side and north side really clearly read, and the only element that is individually standing out is the entry element itself, so that there is a point of identity for the individual occupants. The fenestration has been dramatically revisited and simplified, and now the fenestration reads of the same vocabulary on all elevations. And we did also take the suggestions of Board Member Pop, I believe, and I believe also Lippert, who may have mentioned the milling of the fenestration, and that has been incorporated in a couple of key locations, mostly on the second and third floor, adjacent to the balconies. So it gives that sense again of integrity. The transom elevations, we looked through various studies, and in looking at the fenestration and the pop of the fenestration, we wanted to make sure that whatever we did on the south elevation still felt at home and comfortable with the north elevation and the west and east elevations. So we took an approach of simplicity and punctuation, if you will. The fenestration along the top edge has been incorporated to enhance the light experience inside the unit while taking advantage of that higher ceiling. Again, the ceiling, in looking at the studies of the sections, which I believe are next up, in reviewing the sections themselves, you can see that now the top of the fenestration has a very nice proportion with the overall feel of the upper story space, the top floor space. This is, if you will, a section at the tallest part of the building, which is 34 feet. And then this is more the diminutive element that is in between roughly every other unit. And you can see that in both instances, the living experience has been enhanced by the recommendation, I think, of Board Member Goyer on the incorporation of the higher ceiling volumes, et cetera, into the space. Before we address the definitive elevations, I just wanted to revisit a couple of items. The bamboo that is being purchased and brought to this site at time of planting will be roughly 20 foot in height, which is a mature specimen. It's similar to what has been done here in Palo Alto. I apologize, but I'm not able to read the address. This is a property here in Palo Alto that was completed about a year ago, and basically took the same approach to screen from an adjacent property. So at planting, they'll be roughly 20 foot in height. You'll notice that in our elevations, our color renderings, we show roughly a 10-foot tall bamboo specimen, only because if we were to show the 20 foot, it would fully screen most of what is visible on our plans. And the fencing you are familiar with, the Ipe fencing and the cedar fencing, stained to match the Ipe wood and the front entry door hardware, etc. One point of note on the lighting. This is, if you will, just a visual of the same bollard that you have in your packet regarding the bollard itself. We have now used and incorporated, at your suggestion, fully.
You can finish that sentence, and then we may have questions later.
Okay. All right. The lighting. This is slightly different lighting than what was shown to you. It has the same dynamic as far as being downcast in compliance with the City of Palo Alto standards, but just is a cleaner, smoother element and is more architecturally pleasing to me rather than the other one that has too many vertical lines in it and seems a little bit too complex. This has a greater simplicity and more compatible with the architectural theme of the project.
Thank you.
I'll save the rest of the comments for rebuttal, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Let's see. Are there any members of the public here to speak about this item? All right, let's start with Randy.
Thank you very much for the attention to detail here, and I know this has been quite a process, but I think that I pulled out the original application the other evening when I was looking through this, and the difference between where we started and where we are is dramatic. And I hope you're comfortable with where we are. I certainly feel much better about this project today than I have in the past, and so I'm really glad about it. And I'll just say clearly I'm going to vote to approve this project today.
Thank you.
The only comment I really have today is for staff, and I wanted to just ask about the document that's the conditions for approval. Does that get re-edited before completion here, or if there are comments about that, do you want us to relay those to you now?
I will be, as noted in the staff report, I will be adding a condition that they that they include limitations on storage on the balconies.
2 items.
But if you have specific language that you want included in the conditions, you can put that in your motion.
Yeah, it's more that there was an I think an older comment that we need to just correct, and the numbering is a little. We've added things in here, so the numbering's a little bit off. But in the Public Works Tree Specialist section under Landscape Plans, which is page 7 of 14, there's a note about the landscape plan irrigation trenching submitted is not acceptable, and we just need to update that. I don't recall seeing the type of landscape and irrigation plans that we would normally ask for, and so as a condition, I think it's still appropriate to ask for that. But just rewording this so that it's consistent with the packet that we have today would be great. There are a couple of others as well, noting the turf-free zone around the trees and some other things, but much of that has already been taken care of through other comments that we've addressed. So that's it. I think this is an example of the process working, and I hope the applicant feels that way as well, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Alex.
Thank you for your revisions. I think that this project is looking, really nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I think I generally think it's approvable. I may just vote against this project for only one reason, and that is that, which I mentioned last time, which is I actually think a better strategy for this project would be to have the lower pitched roofs that you, not the things that you had in your very first plan, but something similar to that. Only because you could have like a metal roof, and then you could integrate aesthetically like the solar panels, the photovoltaics, in with that aesthetics. We have a project here in Palo Alto on East Meadow Drive where it's largely a flat roof multifamily project, and then it has the photovoltaics on top of the roof, and they're not screened, and it doesn't look great, and we don't really have that much control over how the photovoltaics get installed and in there. But generally, I'd like, as we go forward to having like a net zero with lots of photovoltaics on all buildings, that I think that I would like to see that sort of integration of the structure in PVs, so that the designs are really more integrated in together. And that's really the only reason why I would vote against your project. I think generally all the things that you've made, the changes to the windows and the massing, I think are just are great, and I think it's looking very nice.
Thank you. I would just add to that looking at the top elevation here on this particular display, what we have done is the photovoltaics are placed in the lower beds of the roofing system. So they are not perched atop, if you will, the highest parts of our buildings. And what that does is it allows us to conceal them naturally. There really is no way to see those photovoltaic panels. I know what you're talking about, where you have a flat roof and you have an ocean of photovoltaics. But in this particular scenario, there really isn't a possibility to see it unless one is literally at a very high elevation looking straight across, and you might catch the top foot of the photovoltaics. So the sheer design of this, by, if you will, popping in and out and placing them at the lower elevations, really does architecturally conceal them by default. I just want to point that out.
I think it depends on what angle that they tilt the PVs
right
at, and where you're standing and whatnot. So I hope you're right. I mean, from the ones that I've seen, most of the times they're not noticeable, but there are a couple of projects around the area where they are, and it's really, and the issue is really the structure, the support structures of the panels is actually what's really ugly. The panels themselves I don't have that much of an issue with, and I agree with you that the middle ones wouldn't be that visible, but I think that the one you've got some on the first unit, right, closest to the street, and that those may be more visible. Was it Unit A? But anyway, I think that generally the project is looking good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lee.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for coming back again.
Thank you for the opportunity to come back.
Well, it shouldn't be necessary. I'm basically in agreement with Board Member Pop and Lou. I think that there was an opportunity lost with the roofs. I think that having sloped roofs, I didn't have a problem with. It was just that they were all too uniform, so it came off almost like an aircraft carrier, in terms of massing and length of roof. And the flip-flopping nature of the roofs were a little contrived, I felt. But what I see here, I'm not the architect here. I'm only reviewing what you've designed. I think is approvable.
Thank you.
And so I don't have a problem with it. I have one minor sort of comment, which is that you did have some horizontal louvers in the second scheme, in the last scheme actually, that were wood that have been, or metal that looked like wood, the Ipe horizontal bands, and they've been removed, and I found that those were quite attractive and had been a unifying element in the building. I would like to see them incorporated again. I know that you've put in these clerestory windows, but I think that there's no conflict between the clerestory windows and these horizontal bands. I'm a little disappointed at your railing, and then I think the weakest view of the building actually happens to be on the southwest corner of the building. It's rather austere, and I'm sorry, not southwest, northwest corner of the building was no, next view. Keep going. Yeah, right there at the top left-hand corner there, southeast. Yes, I felt that was kind of weak, and then that was also mirrored on the northwest side of the building. Was it
opposite end?
Yeah, it was the opposite end of the building. Let me see if I can find the view.
part of the original intent on this is to step down, and which we did, step down the architecture to the street level. And so we stepped it down and tapered it on the back end as well in order to step down to the neighborhood. Although the neighborhood will have 35, 36 foot in height overall at some point, our thought respectfully at this point was to step it down, and along that corner that you pointed out, which is the driveway entrance there on the top left of this design, was to sort of give it a diminutive feel so that it kind of works and turns the corner and looks towards Kirtner, which has rather lavish usage of the Ipe wood, et cetera, and calls out more attention to the entry element, if you will, of the unit rather than the bedroom balcony and the other. Again, they're just architectural choices. There's probably not a complete right or wrong answer. It's more of just how the overall dynamics of the architecture work so that it draws attention to the entry element rather than to the other side.
I think what you have here today is approvable. I don't have a problem with it. It's just my comments. Maybe
Yes.
my colleagues feel similarly and might condition the approval, to include some of those elements.
Thank you.
Robert.
Well, I haven't been involved on this particular project as long as some of my other colleagues have up here, but even just in the various iterations I've seen, this is I think a great improvement.
Thank you.
Like I said, I probably would have handled the clerestory still a little different, but I'm perfectly happy with the way you've addressed it here.
Thank you.
It's interesting. I do have a sort of an opposite view of yours as far as the trellises, in that I was looking at the older version here, and I have I don't want to say an aversion, but I still found it a little awkward having a roof overhang and then 4 feet below that a trellis. And I like this solution better, where you've used the trellis in areas where it seems appropriate, and you've put in the larger clerestories in the areas where I think it's appropriate. And so, like I said, I guess the term is this is approvable. I'm fine with the way it is right now.
Thank you, sir.
So at the last hearing, I had serious reservations about this project, but I'm glad to see the changes that you have made. I think the reduction in height and the changes in proportions and the increases and better organization of the windows have made a huge improvement. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you for your suggestions.
The inverted Ls, taking them all the way through the building, that is definitely an improvement. I'm not convinced that the inverted Ls at the entries are successful. They're not quite feeling right to me yet, but that's a fairly minor detail in the big picture. There was a notation in the drawing somewhere about the deck drains. I had taken issue with the gutters across the bottom of the decks, and I saw that you had taken those out, but I think somewhere in the drawings or in the staff report there was a notation that there was still a location where that happens. Is that correct?
Well,
I couldn't see it on the drawings.
There are slotted gutters in some of the balconies. That is on detail. Let me flip through this just a moment. Oh, sorry, other direction. Right there. So the slotted gutter is located here. It's concealed behind, so here's a picture of a similar, well, actually different application, but sorry. But here is an application where the gutter is slotted and is concealed behind the railing. So you don't see it, it's just incorporated in the architecture. Elsewhere along the inverted L top edge, where it was most noticeable, that has now gone into concealed gutter, and in several of the areas where we had originally a slotted panel below the long elevations of the building. For example, up in this location, one point was made. Here we had a long slot along that balcony. That has been removed, and now it goes to a deck drain. So to remove those slots and the surface face gutters that were visible previously.
Great, I must have misunderstood the note, because the detail that I saw in the drawings is a good detail.
Thank you.
I like the change you made.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be sure that was happening throughout.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So that's really all I have to say. I think it is now an approvable project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have there been any changes to the material boards? There were some color changes, I understand.
Yes, the color
Are those
changes. I have the colors here.
Okay.
We did look at the gray tones. There were two gray tones that were very similar on the prior submittal, and now we've distinguished them in order to make them clearly identifiable, even from a distance, that they're unique colors. That's a stucco sample, sorry. A little bit heavier.
Those are much better, thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. Big improvement.
Thank you. I want to take, if I can, a moment to, in anticipation, thank all of you. You know, a lot of times in architecture, we put off some of the detailing and everything else to the next phase, the construction document phase. And I can see why now Palo Alto is rated as one of the best living cities in the United States, because you do all the detail up front. And this sort of, in a way, has pushed me to have that detail rather than later on, as we've done on many projects, our LEED Platinum projects and our award-winning, residential designs. This pushes it all at the forefront and makes it happen so that it assures the community the best project possible. I thank you. It was frustrating for me at times, and I apologize for my open frustration, but I am very thrilled with the end product and all of your help to get it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are any board members ready to make a motion?
Yeah,
or do you have another comment?
I'll move that we approve this project with the single condition that staff reviews the design of the photovoltaics with the goal of having those be as compact and tight to the roof as possible.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Me.
Okay, so that passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next item is 636 Waverly Street, request by Hayes Group Architects for a major architectural review of the demolition of a one-story, 1,406 square foot office building and construction of a new 10,328 square foot, four-story mixed-use building with commercial uses on the first and second floors and two residential units on the third and fourth floors on a property within the CDC-P zoning district. Do we have, Amy, are you our staff?
Yes, I'm just emailed Claire to let her know we're on her item. So this project, you had seen, of course, two other hearings, and so we have a revision. We have the architect, I believe I saw walking in. Yes, we have the architect here to present. I think maybe best to just cut to the architect, and then as Claire comes down, if there's some questions, you can ask those. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes.
Oh, so we're going to need help.
We won't start your timer until you've got your project up.
Did 3225 make it?
I believe so.
Okay, good.
We didn't get drawings, but
Didn't we submit two large-scale sets?
those got routed for department review.
Oh. Let me see. It's.
I don't. 636, right next to the third. There.
Then start slideshow. Should I wait for Amy to come back?
Yep, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Okay. Good morning, members of the board. Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects will be presenting the project for my client, David Kleiman, who just walked in. Perfect. So a short presentation really just to show you the modifications from the last hearing. comparison slide of the site plan. Lower slide is the previous, and there was some discussion about trying to create more pedestrian amenity through plant material in the ground plane, and something that would eventually carry through to the adjacent project. And in fact, I think the Public Works has said they want to have it carried down the street as the next project is done. So it's going to, so the upper slide here is the revised site plan. This shows the planting in front that was added around the base of the new ginkgo tree located there. And there's two options on that, and I think you have both options. I have them in perspective, so you'll see them. In elevation, there was concern both on the board and in the neighborhood about the height of the building. And so the September 19th presentation still had the sinuous outline of the slabs kind of zigzagging up to the 50-foot height limit. They now stop at 37 feet. We still have a nice, elegant zigzag in our opinion. And what has happened is we've pushed the entire slab back to about, 5 feet off the face of the glass. So there's still a little covered area. This is the comparison here. Previously, that roof slab came out to there, and the revised design brings it back to there. It's about 5 feet, I think, from the face of the glass. So it steps back a good 12 to 15 feet, probably, from where it was before, and it's at 37 feet. Now, you also asked at that time, and you should have the project that we have for next door. That's a prelim right now. Has not been brought to you yet, but will soon. You wanted to see how it related to the building. So we stuck these. Were these in your packet? Oh, they were. Okay. So we have the two buildings. This is Mr. Kleiman's project here, and this is for James Lynn and his wife Clarissa there. A lot of similar features. Actually, even the bay window on the existing building here has that vertical accent that we've kind of picked up. Boom, boom, boom. Our project today here, and then the new project. They are both carved out sort of in the center, where we have windows that face one another. The buildings step back in the center. This Dave's project really has views out towards Waverly Street, unless you walk out on the terrace, but there's plenty of light in there that comes in vis-a-vis this the big opening between the two projects. I think I had then the view of the back. This is 636, and then the building next door. Again, you can see the carve out there. A lot of similar features, similar building size, different materiality to some extent. These are two-story condos on this side, whereas these are flats. And then the bases of the buildings are very similar in terms of vocabulary and materiality. This is the revised rendering for 636. Shows how we've pulled that roof slab that was actually out here back. And this is the one option on the planter, which is raised, and it has like a 2-foot zone for someone to pull up and get out with their door to be able to open between the curb and the planter. This is the preferred direction. We don't yet have Public Works support on that. We'd like to get your opinion, I think. We believe that this is going, the plant material has a better chance of surviving without getting trampled. And then this is the other option, where it's either that or that in front. And I think that's it. So thank you very much. Hopefully we've responded to the neighborhood requests as well as your concerns from the last meeting. Look forward to your comments.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers. You'll each have 3 minutes. The first is Doug Scaife, to be followed by Janice Berman.
I have one slide, but she's not here, so we'll get to it. My name is Doug Scaife. I reside at 659 Waverly, across the street from the proposed development. I'm formally representing the Waverly Plaza Homeowners Association Board of Directors today. Homeowners Association includes 17 homeowners from 653 to 685 Waverly. The Homeowners Association Board has expressed the following concerns with the proposed building. One, it is not compatible with the neighborhood because it is too large and too tall, i.e. the massing is not compatible. Two, it needs to be set back from the sidewalk, as are all of the buildings on both sides of the street. Three, it needs to have landscaping at least equivalent to what is in the neighborhood. And four, there is a strong concern about street parking, especially when an ARB member at the last ARB meeting said that in his considerable experience, nobody uses the lift systems because they are too lazy and park on the street instead. I also want to point out several misleading items presented by the architect in his presentations. Building heights. The presentation says that the condominium building at 690 Waverly is 5 to 6 stories tall, when in fact it is 3 to 5 stories and only 3 facing Waverly Street. The historic house at 650 Waverly was stated as 3 stories when it is 2. And lastly, they have shown the 2-story apartment building at 628 Waverly approximately 20% taller than it really is, making their building look smaller. That's that picture right there. And 628 Waverly is shown again with no landscaping in front of it when it does have landscaping. I brought that up at the previous meeting. All of these, however intentional, tend to make their building look better in a better light than it really is. And 5 of the 6 buildings on that street are 1 or 2 stories. I don't know how a 4-story in the middle of the block fits. As I said, there's essentially no landscaping, 1 planter on the sidewalk and some vines on some walls. The solution proposed at the last ARB and shown today lets build a planting border in the city's parking, narrowing the sidewalk to 5 feet. How does that fit in the downtown zoning? And since doing a border just in front of 636 would look bad, let's extend it to 640. I really don't understand how the ARB can justify one building which hasn't been approved by basing it on another unapproved building. So if you approve one, you must approve the other, then I suppose a third at 628. This domino effect is an abuse of the planning process and why whole neighborhoods can disappear when you approve the first building. I marvel at how the ARB can believe the proposed building is compatible with the neighborhood. If I could show my slide. Sorry for that.
I've put you on hold till we get your image up there.
It's up on top. I mean, it's not a great representation, but this is how that building looks on that street. And the sizes are approximate. You have 1-story post office, you have a 2-story apartment building. Currently, you have a 1-story building where this one is going. You have a 1-story building next to it. You have a 2-story building next to that. And on the corner, you have 3-story going up to 5.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Janice Berman, followed by Douglas Smith.
My name is Janice Berman. As we have seen over the past few months, the concerns about the Kleiman and Hayes proposal for 636 Waverly are many and varied. I leave it to the experts to discuss the parking situation. I'm here as an owner at the condo building at 661 Waverly Street, corner of Forest, which Mr. Kleiman has characterized as modern. Clearly, he hasn't lived here. He feels we are hypocritical to dislike his building. I'm not particularly fond of neo-Spanish, neo-colonial, or neo-anything. Frankly, I like the work of Frank Gehry. But I do like my home, not because of its style, but because it is comfortable and nicely sited, far away from the street, and accented by a few trees with leaves, birds, and nasty squirrels who eat the plants on our balcony. Mr. Kleiman has said we don't want his building because it will interfere with our views. Nonsense. We don't have views. We have greenery and a few nice chunks of sky. That's what we have, and that's what we think as human beings we are entitled to continue to enjoy and required to protect. Mr. Kleiman would eliminate our chunks of sky, a big ginkgo tree out front of his project, and yes, the hills beyond Palo Alto when we can see them, if his plans are fulfilled, and a 50-foot high, plus 15 feet in would-be accessories, if a series of buildings is constructed across Waverly Street from our home after 636 and 640 are permitted. These buildings, while they may be described as contemporary, are also out of character with our street. They're too close to the curb, they have no setbacks, they lack greenery. There is no inevitability in this project. It will destroy the character of our street and be the opening brick in a 50-foot wall of buildings, further crowding and dehumanizing our community. I urge you to press for further modifications in the plans for 636, especially for larger setbacks and more effective landscaping, and to use that process as a template for all future proposals that may be concocted for our block of Waverly Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Douglas Smith, to be followed by Jaffa Dadoni.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Douglas Smith. I've reviewed video recordings of prior ARB meetings on this application and of the September ARB study section on aesthetics and compatibility. I have two comments. On August 15, Mr. Hayes refers to his design as similar to some elements in All Saints Church on the corner of Hamilton and Waverly across the street from the proposed project. But this structure is truly ugly. It's an all-concrete, brutalist abstraction that really nobody should be emulating. It fared very poorly in my architectural style preference survey compared to the Carpenter Gothic St. Thomas Aquinas just a couple of blocks away on Waverly. In both the August and September ARB meetings on 636 Waverly, Mr. Hayes either did not mention the best buildings on the block, which are the 650 Waverly, the Yellow House, Heritage House, built in 1901, or the Birch Clock Post Office, or he mentioned them only in passing. His design is completely at odds with both of them, stylistically incompatible with these really fine buildings. The public agrees. 85% in my public survey find it incompatible with other buildings on the block, and only 14.5% believed it is compatible. Pertaining to the survey, in the study session and in his participation with a group of 24 architects who wrote a letter to an organization recently, Mr. Pop, board member Pop, declared that he finds the survey distorted in his perspective, has too few respondents, and is generally unreliable method of representing public opinion. Mr. Pop and his colleagues either, I believe, do not understand the mechanisms of public opinion surveys or do not wish to accept the results. To date, more than 900 respondents have registered their opinions. The results have not shifted by more than 1 or 2%. Last time I reported 83.9% incompatibility, a vote on incompatibility. Now the number is 85.5%. A survey company like SurveyMonkey could not succeed if surveys of a small but representative sample were not truly accurate. National surveys by news organizations like CNN, NBC, Fox News in 2012 used a sample size of about 1,000 to 1,500 for the 2012 presidential election. 900 for a local group, a local area like Palo Alto, is in comparison an enormous sample, and I stand by the results. 85 to 15% is an overwhelming vote against compatibility of this design. I hope you will abide by public opinion.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jaffa, is it Dadoni or Daduni? Dadon. Followed by John Hanna.
Yeah, thank you. I live in 671 Waverly, and I have two comments to say. I'm concerned about the look of the building. It is too massive, really with no setback, and does not really fit a residential area. Second, I'm really concerned about parking. Okay, I think that the employees are unlike the inconvenient lift, and they will feel the neighborhood. I'm now having visitors, and they have a hard time finding parking. So I'm really concerned with this extra project that will really hinder. on a weekly basis, my helper have a hard time finding a parking lot. So there is no parking for them, and all the street around, when I go, sometimes take me 15, 20 minutes to find a parking lot for my car so my helper can take my parking lot in my building, and that's really on a weekly basis. So I would like this project to consider a lot of parking. That is going to be, I don't know where they're going to put it, but the parking solution need to be found. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our final speaker is John Hanna.
Good morning. I came here because I've been reading some of the letters to the paper commenting about this project, and I feel unable to express my opinion as to how difficult your job must be when you have your own opinions, and then you have all the opinions from the public trying to tell people how to design their buildings. And the inevitable result, if you listen to that cacophony, is you end up with the camel, meaning no disrespect to camels, but it's a metaphor. And to me, it seems, I go along with the staff report, which says that the existing environment is comprised of eclectic buildings of various architectural styles and building heights, and the proposed building with its scale, massing, and architectural style fits within this mixed context. So without trying to tell the architect how to redesign his building, I think the building that you see, certainly I go along with the staff finding that it fits with what's there. It's not all Burge Clark, it's not neo-Spanish, it's eclectic. And the one thing I do want to make a note of is that the biggest problem that we've had and heard about lately in Palo Alto is the lack of parking. And so you look at this building, and not only has he gone underground partially, which makes the parking much more expensive, he's also put in lifts, which makes it even more expensive. So this is the most expensive solution that you can find to developing adequate parking on a site like this. And I think that that's the kind of thing that ought to be encouraged. We should see more of this, where people are willing to spend the money to satisfy the parking requirement. And that's about all I have to say. I hope that you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So let's go to board member questions and comments. Let's start with Lee.
First of all, I want to thank the applicant for listening to our last comments. You've done exactly what I requested of you, and I think you're spot on here with bringing the canopy back. I think reduces the height of the building significantly. Mr. Scaife's image up here does not reflect that, does not show that. But in looking at your drawings here, or the documents here, it does, and I think that it helps in terms of reducing the massing of the building. I think that in terms of the landscaping, I really appreciate you trying to work this out with Public Works. I prefer the raised planter, but I don't think that they would go along with that either. But I think it's a vast improvement, and if this were to move forward, I would want to see it with the raised planter proposal. I think that it's significant. I just want to reiterate a couple of comments that I made earlier before. This is really an additive project. What I mean by that is that the FAR, in terms of this, is taking the commercial FAR and a residential FAR and adding them together, correct, to reach the maximum allowable FAR. If anybody were to come forward with this project and with that proposal, we really don't have very much to say in terms of the size and the massing. What really helps in terms of looking at this project today is that you were able to provide us with images of what the proposal, or at least the preliminary proposal is for the adjacent property, which really allows us to look at the whole context there now. It's a complete streetscape. And so we understand what the massing of the building is for the proposed project and the adjacent projects. And even though that this is a very eclectic sort of neighborhood, there are a variety of styles here, I think that that really sort of finishes off your building and really makes it look complete, even though it's the adjacent property. What I also wanted to make mention of is that we do have two historic properties along that block. Actually, there are many more, but they're not immediately adjacent. And the Secretary of Standards, the Secretary of Interior Standards, they're back to work again, require that whatever is built in the context of historic buildings really needs to be of a different style, that you're not creating a false history. And so in this case, by using a modern theme to both of these buildings, what you've done is you've actually elevated the nature of the two historic buildings on the block as being far more identifiable as being part of Palo Alto's history. There's no way that anybody would ever confuse these as being historic buildings. So I think your choice of style here within this neighborhood is also appropriate from that point of view. So with that, I have no problem in moving on this and approving it today. But I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say as well.
Alex.
So I have a couple suggestions for the applicant to add to the drawing set. Just give me a second. In anticipation of this project being appealed, and I think that there's some drawings that could be added to this set that the council would probably want to see. One is, I think that is a contextual site plan. The site plan here is really not, it's just, a building site plan. I'm thinking like a neighborhood site plan that actually has all of the neighboring, like the whole block, all the buildings with the footprints, and also maybe like the fourth floor setbacks. I think the neighbors are generally right that there is a very nice landscape quality to the block that is missing in your particular project. I think, in fairness, I think that you have a very small parcel and you're trying to fully park it, and that you're fairly constrained. And I think that some leeway should be given for that. With regard to the landscaping, but I mean generally on this particular block, since you're doing it's a mid-block infill, generally I would recommend for staff a contextual setback. I know that's not, we do that elsewhere in some of the residential areas, but we don't really do that for commercial. But generally I would think of this block as being like a transitional block between downtown and the residential blocks. Our zoning doesn't say that. Our zoning actually says it's downtown, and it should be at the 50% should be at the build to 12-foot sidewalk. Excuse me. But anyway, I think that drawing would be useful to have. I think that the quality of the block is mostly determined actually on the other side of the street. There are a couple really beautiful oak trees, and there's sort of nice landscaping all along the edge of the sidewalk. And I don't think that the character is quite so determined by the high quality aesthetic isn't really determined by your side of the street as much. I think that's mostly because there's large landscaping and stuff in front of the post office. And if we're actually saying that this is largely compatible with Hamilton, buildings downtown in Hamilton, then I think we actually need to, that should be drawn. If we're saying the context is somewhere else, then I think it needs to be drawn. Generally, though, I think that the massing with the reduced setback on your second floor porch overhang has helped the building tremendously. I think if you compare it to the condominium at Forest and Waverly, and also the Wells Fargo Bank, their upper floors are set back, and I think that reducing that overhang has really helped the building a lot. The building, if I might address the concrete, I think there are some important environmental or sustainable decisions in making in the choice of concrete, and we haven't really talked about that a lot, but I do know of other architects doing work like your building, like net zero buildings, who have chosen to use concrete for sustainable reasons. And I was wondering if you would be willing to talk about how you've chosen to do this instead of like a wood frame building with finishes, with aesthetic finishes or whatever, veneer finishes. And then also, with regard to the concrete, it seems like you're picking a fairly gray color, and it seems to, I was looking at some of the other concrete buildings, say like the All Saints Church. I also looked at the Berkeley Art Museum, which is a really beautiful concrete building. And it seems like the concrete that you're choosing is very dark and gray and cool, and it seems like a warmer color like the All Saints Church could be more compatible with the neighboring buildings. Yes, thank you.
Alex, I'm going to jump in and answer some of your questions. We're actually using the same contractor that did the Berkeley Art Museum, and the renderings really don't reflect what we're planning, which would not be a dark concrete at all. We want a natural concrete.
And then could you, the sample looks fairly, the Davis color looks gray, and I was wondering if you could, I realize it's hard to judge it inside. Yeah.
That doesn't read cool to me at all. This?
I'd have to, yeah, I have to see, concrete is like a chameleon color. You actually have to see it in the sun, and we can't really judge it here. Could I just
All
say
Saints
that
is a little bit lighter. Actually, the Berkeley Art Museum is a little bit darker, but there is fly ash, which kind of colors the mix. But we're definitely looking for a natural, not a colored concrete at all, and not something that would really be a darker gray. It would be more of a natural appearing.
Can I say, like All Saints, there's the existing building, and there's the Cody Anderson addition, and they're very different, night and day. And I don't really like the addition at all. It's very white. And I realize that concrete can get a patina over time and change colors and stuff. And then I also think that concrete is, like if you look at the best concrete buildings, like say like Louis Kahn, sometimes it relies on the materials that are next to it. So Louis Kahn is like, has like the weathered teak right next to the oak, and that gives, or next to the concrete, and that gives it the richness. Is there a way to review the concrete, like the actual samples from when you're doing
Absolutely.
Tests, samples in the
we do plan to have them actually mold a small section on the site so we can see it and review it and agree that that's the one. What's that? Yeah.
And then also on your choice of using concrete as opposed to wood or steel or whatnot.
We actually, just as a slight aside, we do plan to deconstruct and fully reuse the materials in the existing building, which as it turns out is redwood. So we're going to plane it. There is some lead paint. Obviously, we have to properly remove that, but we do plan to reuse it as an interior finish. But the decision to go with concrete was very purposeful. We really didn't want to use new materials. We want to use a recycled product. Most of the concrete, as you know, is recycled now, and with fly ash. And we do plan to have integral heating. We're not adding additional sheet metal ductwork. We're trying to actually reduce the drywall to less than about 800 square feet total in the entire building. So it'll be fully exposed. We just barely make it within the energy code, but we can do it with this design. As you know, it is going to be net zero. That's our goal. So yeah, we definitely were very purposeful in the choice. It's clearly we could do a much less expensive building with the exact same footprint by going with, wood or something, but I'm not interested in, trying to do that.
Right, and I would just add, like, in some of the buildings that I've worked on, the energy, like with the energy consultants, and that they actually like the concrete because it provides thermal mass and cool, which is sort of a weird term. So it keeps the temperature of the building more stable, and you don't have to use. Like basically what happens now, you have a cheap wood building with leaky windows and people just blast on the heat and blast on the air conditioner and causes all sorts of craziness and uses a huge amount of energy and it's terribly inefficient. Okay, and then I think in the conditions of approval, they're in the electrical engineering department is saying that the project requires a pad-mounted transformer, and then the plans are showing tying into an underground vault, and I was wondering what the status is of that.
We were able to convince them to reconsider that. They actually went out and tested the load on the existing transformer, so not only will we definitely not need a pad-mounted transformer, but tentatively, that we'll actually have a final answer tomorrow. It appears that we'll be able to reuse the existing, recessed transformer that's on the adjacent property. They think there's load, and he said that almost as a kind of a worst case, if there isn't, we should be able to reuse that exact same vault and just put a new, slightly larger transformer in.
That was excellent news. Yeah. Because otherwise we would have a problem.
Yeah, we definitely wouldn't do it above grade.
Okay, and then I did want to address. We did get an email from Mr. Levinsky, who has come before us previously about the parking issue, and I just wanted to say that he was opposed to the shared parking reduction on your particular project, and I just want to clarify with staff that's a director's level adjustment that the board doesn't really have any say over, right?
Yeah, so the director, upon acting on the application, is making that determination based on what's proposed as far as reductions, and of course all of it subject to appeal to the council. So if appealed, it's the council's decision.
Okay, so I just wanted to address a couple things. I did go to a lecture by Richard Wilson, who's a professor at Cal Poly Pomona, and has a book about parking reform, and he's a student of Donald Shoup. He has a book on the high cost of free parking. And Mr. Levinsky does have some very important points, which is that just using that regular ITE data is not really that great to rely on. It's better to have your own data. And I think that, if I understand staff correctly, that in the downtown, what do we call it? The downtown cap, that the parking is going to be studied, and maybe, I don't know if we're going to get data for that. I know Aaron is sort of in charge of that, but getting good data is really important. And I don't think that we should require it for like this very small infill project, but I think having the right data of what people are actually doing and the actual parking utilization rates and all of that is the way to go. Let's have the data for Palo Alto, because things are different here than in elsewhere in the country. And then I think the other thing to think about is that in the code is whether you're designing for like peak use, or like the author Donald Shoup is arguing for like designing for the 85% use, or some other, and then also Richard Wilson was arguing for like the average parking use. And I don't know what's right for Palo Alto. I think our code designs for the peak use, if I'm understanding it correctly. And the issue is not to, you don't want to overpark. There are beautiful buildings like I went to school in St. Louis. There'd be like two beautiful side-by-side historic buildings. And the developers would tear down one historic building to put in a parking garage to serve one historic building, and the preservations were torn. It's like, which one, are we going to save one building at this and sacrifice the other, or we might lose both. So maybe we should preserve one. Or if you look at Detroit, there's parking everywhere. It's actually very dangerous to say, like the idea of having everything fully parked is kind of a dangerous way of going. The best cities are actually difficult to park in. I think the issue is how we manage it. So I think that Mr. Levinsky's comments are valid. I think it should be for the whole downtown study and not sort of targeted to this one particular project. And then I think others have testified about the lifts, and I think it's right. I mean, why use this lift if you can just park on the street? My understanding, when I worked in downtown, is that parking was so scarce that we actually, when I worked on Hamilton, we actually sort of had our own little informal valet service, and we just jammed all of the cars in the lot, and we just managed it ourselves. And I think that's what typically happens downtown. I mean, if they're not parking in the residential areas, and hopefully the changes to the parking zones will help about that. And I think that's all that I have to say on this project. I think generally I would recommend a little bit more landscaping on the front of the building. I think your planter right by the front door looks awfully small. I mean, I'm a gardener, and it's really hard to plant in such a narrow space. But I mean, generally, conceptually, I'm in support of your project. I think the colors and stuff and all of that, I think need to come back to us just for somehow the concrete samples or something, at some point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert.
Okay. I'm sort of struggling with something in the sense that a lot of the discussions have been regarding how eclectic this streetscape is, and we've worked hard on trying to step the massing back a little bit so it doesn't look as overpowering. And the reality of it is, seeing something like this in an elevation, you're never going to see it that way in real life anyway. So I understand, like I said, in the picture you've got now, that it actually looks like a 3-story building, and as far as that, instead of 4, which I think is a great step in the right direction. The thing that is always that bothers me a little bit is the whole once the genie is out of the bottle or the cat out of the bag. Now that I see the building that is proposed, again, we haven't addressed it yet, but next to it, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, that to me changes the whole concept, because the reality of it is we've taken a lot of effort to get rid of the eyebrow, if you want to call it, for the other building, and step it back and go through all that. And then what, the proposed, and again, maybe I'm stepping over my bounds and I'm not allowed to look at that, but hey, if it's here, I'm going to comment on it. The reality of it is then you have the new building coming in with its stair tower right next to the same thing. So all of a sudden, that second stair tower sort of defeats any of the stepping back concept that we did for this building. And it's like, whoa, I mean, it also, there's nothing eclectic about those two buildings. They're almost identical. I mean, it obviously, if I didn't sit here, but walking by, I'd go, that's obviously probably from the same architect, same vintage, everything else. And all of a sudden, the massing becomes much greater, because then all of a sudden the building at 636 is just sort of half of a much larger building, and then the modern portion here begins to almost dominate that side of the block. And so and again, maybe I'm worried about something, but the reality of it is, if both of these buildings get built, it's still going to be perceived that way. Nobody's going to say, oh, well, they decided to do one building first and then the second one came around. If the eclectic aspect of it seems to disappear, like I said, with these two buildings, then all of a sudden that will be 4 stories, and at this point also have a pretty wide footprint on the street. So again, I haven't been involved in all the nuances as much, and but it just seems to me that a lot of the changes I've seen have been to diminish the even virtual bulk or virtual mass of the eyebrow, because actually, if you look at it just from an aesthetic standpoint, it's actually a very delicate building. It just has the perception of mass. But then you put the second building next to it with the other stair tower, and that whole perception goes away. It's just mass then all of a sudden. And that's the one, it seems like the one thing that I keep hearing from the whole neighborhood is that they don't want. So, I mean, it's almost a matter of we're defeating the purpose of all the work we've done here by looking at the building next door to it, which isn't helping this one any. Same thing when you look at the fourth story, the person standing on the balcony, as you said, looks to their, what would it be, south, and all you see is a big blank wall. And I mean, so why bother having a nice balcony up there that even wraps around? As you said, all the view is out to the east. You know, it's the two buildings seem to be fighting each other. And again, like I said, we're not really reviewing both buildings at the same time, but let's face it, they're, at one point they're going to be both, whether, you know, we address that now or, you know, in 2 months or whatever, when the other one comes up. So as far as the building itself, I think it's gone a long ways to address the concerns that both the board and I think a lot of the neighbors had, and I think that's a definite plus. The landscaping, I agree. I like the raised planter better, but I think we all agree that that's probably not going to fly. I also agree that the planter in front of the building probably should be a little larger, because something that small just isn't going to grow anything. And having, you know, like I said, if I can pretend I haven't seen the building next door to it, it's come a long way, and I think you're going in the right direction, and it's approvable. All I'm saying is just that if that building, you know, is going to be presented like that, I'm going to have a real problem with the second building. That's just sort of a heads up then. And I think that's it for me.
Randy.
Great. Well, really appreciative of all the comments that others have made here today and at the hearings that I wasn't present for in the past. You know, respectfully to my colleague, Mr. Goyer, we're not looking at the other building today. And when Mr. Kleiman first came in with an application for this site, he showed us a building that was wildly different than what we're looking at today. Wildly different. And while I appreciate having the context of the packet that we're seeing for the building next door, it's not what I'm considering today, because that building will have to stand on its own, and it'll have to respond to the context that it's built within, and whatever we approve for this site will be part of that. And so I'm not concerned about that today. What I'm concerned about today is the character of this building on this block in 2013. And what I like here is the clarity of the concept. What I like here is that there's an idea which is being expressed, and it's different than most of the other projects that we see in that way. Tell me a story. Evoke some emotion. You know, force me to stop and think for a minute. I really appreciate that. And so, for me, this is a handsome and exciting project. It really enhances the varied character of this block and is reflective of Palo Alto and the progress and the technology and the design that is so much a part of this community. Great materials, great application of those materials. I really appreciate what Lee says about not creating false history. I think that that's a very important comment to make here. I'll respond to Alex's comments just for a moment and say that I really do think that you need to prepare the right types of documents here in advance so that we are able to fully understand, you know, somewhere between the information that you're providing and the information that the neighbors have produced in terms of what the heights are and what this context all looks like and all of those things. is accuracy, and we're going to need the accuracy to see that. So I'll be appreciative of having that when it's time. And Mr. Hanna's comments, I think, are very important to hear. That we have a tremendous parking challenge in Palo Alto, and an applicant who is willing to come forward with the most costly solution and very challenging in terms of construction, not just for cost, but also the duration that it adds to the project, is something we really need to encourage. I, too, have a very challenging parking situation at my office. We have tandem parking. We move cars back and forth all day long. And we do that because there is no parking on the street. There just aren't other options, and so we park in a complex way. And I think that that's likely what will happen here as well, because I don't see the parking problems disappearing. There aren't spaces on the street, and you're going to have to use those stackers. And I think that we need to encourage that. I think that the concrete color is really important to address, and I appreciate that you're willing to do some mock-ups of that. I think that the comment that I would make is definitely maybe a little warmer, perhaps, but certainly not lighter. I don't think going much lighter, particularly in something that's going to have this much exposure out in the sunlight.
Test conducted by the city of Palo.
Something that's out in the sunlight, as this will be, needs to be really visualized in its context. And so we'll look forward to having that. You know, it's not unusual for us to get called out to a project site while it's in construction, and we'll you know, whoever's on the subcommittee at the time will take care of that for you. But you know, I don't have much else to say in terms of the application itself. I wanted to just point out again in the comments that I'm reading, in the site-specific comments, item number 2 has a comment that looks like it was sort of a personalized comment. For parking assessment purposes, I do not believe there can be a reduction or modification of the assessment formula. I'm not sure who wrote this or how it was written, but just wordsmithing there a little bit to... I'm looking at the site-specific comments under Public Works Engineering, page 3 of 17. Comment number 2, the last line says, I do not believe there can be a reduction. And I think we want to alter that language so that it's more appropriate. It's clear somebody was just making comments and it was incorporated here, and we just need to correct that. But for me, I think I'm prepared to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you for making this major change. I know you didn't want to do this, but I think it was the right move, pulling the upper floor back. It's made a great improvement in the massing and the relationship to the neighborhood, to no longer have the feeling of a 4-story mass. Thank you also for bringing in the contextual information about the proposed project next door. I do want to make it clear that we are...
This is a test conducted by the City of Palo Alto's Office of Emergency Services. I repeat, this is only a test. We are testing the City Hall public address system as part of today's statewide emergency drill, the Great California Shakeout 2013. Please take the following actions now. Drop, cover, and hold on. These quick actions will help protect you from falling objects during earthquake shaking.
Where's the public supposed to hide?
I practiced that in elementary school. I think I'm good at it. I think they're done. That's great. So we are reviewing the project as presented. It's not being based upon any other approvals that may or may not be coming, so the project next door may or may not happen. We don't know. We don't know exactly what it'll look like, but I feel comfortable moving this project forward on its own merits. So just Just had one question for staff. In looking through the findings, it looked as if you did incorporate the comments I made, either last hearing or previous hearing.
Yes, I did.
Yes, thank you. So I'm perfectly happy to move this project to the next level. You have yes, if you'd like to have a follow-up.
I convinced Public Works to meet with me on Monday to discuss the planter raised versus flat. They were initially opposed to the raised planter, but I showed them some context and design standards from Portland and Chicago and some other places. So they said, okay, well, we'll talk to you about it. We're not committing. So as everyone, I mean, it would be helpful to get kind of a read. Does everyone pretty consistently agree that the raised planter is the more preferable choice? I think it would be helpful in my discussions with them to get that reading.
So I would say that when we make a motion, let's include a recommendation in that motion.
Okay. Can I ask the board, are there other raised planters downtown? Where are those?
I had done a semi-raised planter at the corner of Waverly and Homer. There's a building that Palo Alto Medical Foundation used to occupy. It's a single story, and we had used a semi-raised planter inboard of the sidewalk, okay, but it was still in the public right-of-way, and that's because it borders onto a handicap ramp. And so to sort of finish that off and make the ramp look like it wasn't just a ramp, we had done plantings in it to make that transition.
And there are some which I think are actually not very successful on Forest Avenue, just a couple of blocks up. And the reason I think they're not successful is they are so wide that they take you, if you're walking along the sidewalk, you have to detour quite a long distance to walk along the sidewalk inboard of the planter, which it would not be the case here.
That was the only one that I could think of, and I hate those, the one Forest.
Agreed.
So I would move that we recommend approval of the project with the following conditions: that the concrete sample be reviewed by members of the subcommittee during construction on site, and that the board recommends that the raised planter be included. However, if it is not included, then we would want to see the at-grade planter.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And non-opposed? One opposed.
Nay.
One opposed. Thank you. We'll take a 2-minute break before our next item. 225 El Camino Real. Request by the Hayes Group Architects on behalf of De Anza Properties for preliminary architectural review of a new 4-story mixed-use building with 1 level of below-grade parking on an approximately 29,962 square foot parcel. Russ, do you have a presentation?
Yes, thank you, I do. So this is a preliminary application for 2 new buildings located on El Camino Real. One 4-story building with 8 rental apartment units with ground floor retail, and then a separate 2-story, possibly retail and office or complete office. Staff is really supportive of the uses proposed for the site. The comp plan calls for mixed uses in this location, and so having mixed use proposed here is a really good thing, as well as that there's a number of other mixed use projects proposed in the area. Staff does have a number of concerns with the proposal, as highlighted in the staff report. One of the big issues is the proposal for the curb cuts. There are 3 curb cuts currently, but with a brand new project, staff doesn't see the reason to have 3 curb cuts in the project. We'd actually prefer that a single curb cut off of Portage be used rather than the proposal for 3. Specifically, the proposed curb cut on El Camino has a really significant conflict because it's located directly in line with an existing crosswalk. And so if that was not relocated, then the crosswalk would have to be relocated, which would entail significant cost in restructuring how intersections and signals work in the area. The other issues are related to the context-based design criteria in the code, as well as the El Camino Real guidelines. Those guidelines really encourage that the building mass be spread across the site, across the El Camino frontage, and this project doesn't do that. It concentrates the mass on one building to be actually quite tall, and then has a second building that's actually quite small in comparison. So the buildings don't really contextually relate to each other very well, in addition to not relating well to the other buildings on the street. And so staff would strongly encourage the project to be revised significantly, to take a different approach as to how the buildings are proposed to address the street. Primarily the smaller building and how it's set back from the street. The guidelines encourage, setting buildings back in specific instances and specifically for pedestrian amenities, which isn't occurring here. The building is set back for parking, which again, the guidelines strongly discourage having parking up against El Camino in front of the buildings. And so, like I said before, there's a lot of items in the staff report that kind of detail how the proposal is contradictory to the guidelines. And so we're looking for your comments to guide the applicant in determining the most appropriate approach for the project. So with that, I will open it up for Ken for a 10-minute presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Ken Hayes with Hayes Group. I'll be presenting it on behalf of De Anza Properties, but John Vidovich, my client with De Anza Properties, would like to say a few opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I've been warned to keep it brief because Ken only has 10 minutes. This project, we agree with the staff eliminating the curb cut on El Camino would be appropriate. However, we spent about a year trying to design something here that is unique and would give some special character. The idea of 2 buildings is purposeful. I do agree that the facade and architecture could be massaged. They could be made a little different, more accentuation. I don't think you can see all of an architecture of a building. A lot of it depends on who the architect is, how it comes out. But we think it's a great opportunity for something other than an institutional building, and it breaks it up. It gives Palo Alto some variety. We like it, and we would really like to have 2 buildings. It's a more expensive alternative, and I think it gives a lot more interest. Thank you.
Okay, so the site is about a 30,000 square foot site located on the corner, this is Ken Hayes again, on the corner of Portage and El Camino. The surrounding zones, including our site, are CS. Here's some views just from the west, I guess. There's an existing Foot Locker store there now. We're going to be replacing the retail area in the new building, so there'll be a large component of retail, which is great. This is the streetscape showing the Foot Locker, and then the old Mac place there where the TGY is proposing their project. We actually show their project here, and then our proposed project located here. Part of the impetus of sort of the vocabulary really came from what we saw happening here on the project across Portage, and this notion of syncopation kind of on El Camino here, where we have the buildings that are further to the south with the mixed-use building here, and then our project located there, and then putting our mass more on the corner. Then this is a shot from Portage. The program is to create a new 4-story mixed-use residential commercial building that responds to the site, provides, of course, enjoyable living and working spaces, supports sustainable practices. We have a whole photovoltaic array up on the roof. and enhances the pedestrian experience and edges along El Camino Real and Portage Avenue. The forces that we see, really, here's a kind of the site plan with our preferred building design on it, but I wanted you to understand what we saw as sort of important. Obviously, north-south El Camino traffic and Portage Avenue traffic. There's left turns here, and you can turn in all directions. There's no left turn here, though, but you can go straight across or turn right into the site. We see that this is sort of, from an urban standpoint, want to have a focal point opposite Hanson Avenue. And so as you sit here at Hanson or come down Hanson, we're selecting this area kind of as an outdoor space. The building across the street has an outdoor space on that same corner. It's a great portion of the site because it's south facing. So this will be, washed in sunlight. The idea is that becomes an entry court. Yes, we did put handicap parking there because it's the closest parking to the main entrance, and off of a driveway that we reduced down to one way only, so that coming northbound you can pull into the site. Southbound, you'd have to enter the site this way. Parking on grade really for customers, and then there's a full garage below grade that would be for the residents and for the employees, for the retail employees, the office employees, etc. We saw this parking at grade, though, being more accessible to daily users. We have a corner entry to the building here for the ground floor retail, circled in the blue. The same corner entry happens here that opens onto the public space. And then how do you get the back parking that's concealed from El Camino Real? How do you get those persons that arrive there out to the street? And so that's where this notion of splitting the buildings apart and creating a pedestrian way sort of between the buildings. So as you come through to the front or likewise to the back, this whole side here will be animated. We may even have more entries there for retail, but the idea is that you've got this nice experience as you walk along that space. There's also the mixed-use building here. You can see it. They have windows on this side, so we want to set back a little bit from that, even though there is no required setback. We're trying to afford them some daylight as well at that location. I think that covers it. The building across the street is 4 stories along this whole edge, and the face of that building is about 6 feet back from the property line, but the balconies do project out, so that's quite an edge, I think, coming here. So we want to hold our own edge, and that's why we pushed the building up to Portage and El Camino. It's consistent with the guidelines. There's a 50% build-to guideline in this area of El Camino. We're compliant. We could have just put the building right there, and we're done with 50%, all right? But we've gone beyond that, and then certainly the 33% build-to line on Portage is clearly met. These are some alternative site plans that started like this and kind of evolved, and then we had this, and then we split the building apart and ended up with that as the preferred site plan. Different massing concepts for the building, always considering this as a 2-story building. It could be made taller, but still 2 stories. Lots of glass in all these options on the ground floor, but as we went through these iterations, we kind of focused on this option here. This is the imagery that we're playing with. The building, although the wall of the buildings up above are indeed set back up to 14 feet, and we've created outdoor living spaces there, and then want to somehow protect those outdoor living spaces from sunlight and from noise and from privacy issues from El Camino. So it's a challenge, and so we've created those larger elements that start to define that street edge, not unlike what you see in some of these images here. We like the idea of this repetition on El Camino and these carve-outs and deep shadows, providing opportunities, I think, for outdoor spaces and glass that doesn't have to always have shades drawn. Ground floor site plan. I'm just going to go quickly because I'm sure I'm running out of time. Interesting aspect of the upper floors, there's 4 flats on the 2nd floor. This is an open courtyard to the sky in the center. So the building is planned around an open courtyard in the center at podium level or on top of the retail, all right? So once you come in, you are basically outdoors again, and you can see the setbacks on both sides there for the balconies. This is the property line all the way around. At the 3rd floor, they're flats, and we really love the idea of having 2-story flats, picking up this incredible view of the western hills, and also felt like that was an appropriate scale for El Camino Real, and a unique living environment that you don't find too many opportunities like that in Palo Alto. So at the third floor, these are bridges that come across in this open space. At the fourth floor, it's open to the sky. And then these are the two-story spaces of the lofts on either side. So there's even opportunity for windows on this interior. The blue is the interior area. There's opportunities for windows, and then this overlooks the two-story living room space below. So at this level, there's 2 bedrooms. On the lower level of the townhouses, there's also 2 bedrooms. And then this is the roof plan with solar panels above. The roof is also penetrated by apertures here to help bring light in and make it feel less dark in those recesses. Building section that kind of displays what I was talking about there. This is all open to the sky. The solar panel, the PV array is located there. El Camino frontage here, you can see how the building is actually set back within the forms that we've created to help shelter. And then nice high retail space on the ground floor, and then the full level of underground parking. Again, an elevation. This is the 50-foot height limit here. The project across the street, I think, is 54 or 56, but at a step back plane. And then this is the portage elevation, just like the sort of the control of that facade. This is the opening, basically, so you're going to see light and air kind of up and through there. And then ground floor retail. Parking lot side and the driveway side as you enter here. This is the office building in front with some kind of horizontal sun screening that picks up some of the project aspects of the project across Portage. And then I'm just about out of time, and this is some imagery. So this is prelim. We have no other consultants involved yet. This is going to be that space. It's going to be a pedestrian amenity. We've plopped a planter there right now, but this needs to be designed still. What we're really looking for is, I think, feedback on site planning, building imagery, as well as Russ's concerns from a staff standpoint. Seems to me if there's ever a place for something with this kind of mass, it's El Camino. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions and comments. Are there any members of the public here to speak about this project? No? Okay, let's start with Alex then.
So I think I have a question for staff and also for you, Ken. The main thing that I saw, and I saw when I was visiting the site and also saw it in the staff report, was the existing crosswalk at Hanson Way. And so how would that be handled in this particular scheme? Because it seems to me to be problematic.
Yeah, we didn't think that Public Works was going to have an issue with the proposed location of this driveway here. We thought that it was a convenience, for access point. People can exit directly off of El Camino into the project site, as opposed to all the traffic that's going to end up coming down Portage when these projects are all completed. I think now that we know that there's a substantial amount of improvements that would have to be made to that intersection to affect this driveway, I think there's flexibility on our part to get rid of it and work up some other kind of circulation that comes in from Portage. The idea of 2 driveways on Portage is something that we originally cleared with transportation. Raphael had given the thumbs up to that concept, and so we were a little surprised when there was some backpedaling at the DRC about that. But I explained why we felt it was important, is sort of keep the people that are going to arrive and work and live there sort of in parking underground, and the day-to-day shoppers, people coming in to visit, would have the surface lot. And we just didn't think that having all that traffic, funneled through one driveway, not that there's going to be a lot of traffic, but it also reduced the amount of parking we could provide on grade if we had to now move that whole ramp in. We probably lose that whole row of parking there, maybe 5 spaces.
So Ken, when you were talking to transportation, was there any discussion about enhancing the El Camino crossing? So like in our pedestrian and bicycle transportation plan, there is sort of mention of it, but it's not a project. There's nothing in there. It was just mentioned as a possible place for something to happen, and I don't know what. That's all that I know.
No,
about it.
Alex, there was never any feedback. I don't think transportation actually saw the actual site plan until they received the packet from staff, and so the 2 driveways off Portage was a phone conversation with transportation. And so I think that once they saw the driveway down here, that's when the issues, the crosswalk and all that came up. And
okay. And then there's a existing Fry's sign on the corner, which I would imagine is very important to Fry's. I was wondering what restrictions might be on.
I'm not familiar with any restrictions on that, but my client might be.
They have a lease on the sign, so it can be terminated.
Aha. Yeah. I would imagine that they're.
I don't know the details of the lease. It has some term or something. But our assumption is that sign's going to go away. If it has to stay, I think we have a problem.
Yes. Okay. And then also just on site planning, Ken, is the it seems like the nicest view. Like if I wanted to live in this particular project, kind of like the nicest view is actually down Hanson Way. You actually get a view of the foothills and whatnot. And I was wondering if you had thought about that and citing.
Well, I think that given the level, so we're going to be at 15 feet, I think, or 14 feet.
Oh, right, you'd be higher.
We're all higher, yeah. So we saw that the whole Western Hills really is there's actually a view all around. I mean, maybe the worst one would be down south El Camino.
Yeah. And then on site planning, I was wondering if there's any consideration of a little bit of open space on the corner of Portage and El Camino. I mean, I would think it depends on the tenant, but say on the other side, the new project, they were thinking about a restaurant, and so it has some outdoor seating right at the corner. And I don't know what tenants are envisioned here, but I was wondering if there was any what the thinking was about this. Or were you actually thinking it's like a retail? It is retail and not restaurant.
Yeah, not office. The reason we've peeled this piece off is that we do see this piece as office. Right? It doesn't mean we couldn't lease it as retail, but the big chunk would be retail, multiple retailers. It's a real quandary when you deal with these corner sites and you're putting parking behind it, yet you have access from El Camino and you want to get an entrance on a corner. How do you bring people from that on-site parking that you're trying to conceal from view to the main entrance? And so we, for a number of reasons, gave up on the corner of Portage being the entrance. And one of those reasons is you've already got a space on the other side, which is a south-facing space, which is nice. And by providing our space on the south side of the building, we can get an equally nice space, have it define an entrance, and also then have it coupled with the linkage to the parking lot at the back of the site. And so we don't want to get it too diluted, and so we thought the synergies of the connections made sense to keep it all over here.
And then was there ever thought on the commercial office building thing? Was there any consideration of that being up close to the street and also right at the party line, like next to the...
Well, something came out of the DRC hearing. I've not reviewed it with John or Kathy yet. But one thing is that perhaps this commercial building, although we can preserve this space, but what if the commercial building turned and the primary axes went parallel with El Camino? And so we accomplished the goal of screening more parking. This driveway is going to go away. Right. We could still get some open space there for the mixed-use project to the south. And now we've got building that completely presents itself to, I like that idea more than what we show, but we were under the impression we needed to provide this driveway here for various reasons on our side, on the design side. But so do you see what I'm saying? So we could turn that commercial piece and then have a more enhanced space actually in front where that parking is, because the parking would go away. and move to the back.
That would be better. And then it allows you to make some sort of aesthetic connection or whatever to the unattractive building next door. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I do like I don't match that building next door, but in terms of it's a 2-story, or it's 3 stories, I guess, but it's a very small, and it's just a small little blip. And so we're just sort of continuing that rhythm. We thought it was a nice transition.
Okay, although I think it's very strange, as you have it now, being set back from the street, the 2-story office piece. It makes sense. I mean, you've got it like a glass corner there, but it's set back, and it's actually be really hidden from view by the neighboring building. So, I think you've got a tough site, but I'm not. I'm not crazy about the little building. I do like your mixed-use building, and I do like the depth that you've given on the facade. I like the tall proportions on the upper floors.
Thank you.
I do like your sort of entry courtyard for those units, although I don't like the photovoltaics covering up the courtyard. I've seen some in San Francisco. There's some really beautiful ones, by like Letty Madam Stacy and stuff, but they're open to the sky. And then also, I think my other last comment may be on the on your retail frontage. To me, it looks low. Your awning height and stuff looks low. I think that low height is appropriate for say University Avenue. Like if you think about like the Walgreens building, it is a pedestrian scale. I think El Camino is really more the Grand Boulevard, and I actually like the tall order of Heather Young's proposed building next door. It seems like scrunched. It seems like your building is top heavy. I really think that we should emphasize the retail base more. Give it a taller height.
We're 10 feet to the.
Yeah. And I'm just saying aesthetic. I mean, are you saying 10 feet floor to floor on the first floor?
No, we're 10 feet from the sidewalk to the top of the windows,
which is pretty high.
Yeah.
But I think aesthetically, I would imagine tenants want signs on the walls above the awnings or whatnot, but I think that should be sort of factored in there. And I think that is all that I have to say on the project. But I think
are you okay with the general height of the mixed-use building?
Yes, as long as you have depth, which you have on, I think that's fine. But I do think that the small building is very problematic.
Because it's set back.
Yeah, it's set back, and then I think that some consideration should be given to how Hanson Way is terminated aesthetically. Like you were coming down Hanson Way, what do I see? And I think it's okay to say it's open space. I mean, I think if you didn't have the parking there and it was a bosque of trees or something, I think that could work. But I need something bold. I mean, it has to be bold and strong at that level of urban design. I think that's definitely a possibility.
Thank you, Alex.
Lee.
First of all, I want to thank you for coming forward with the preliminary design.
You're welcome.
It really helps us a lot. And then also showing us your concepts, I think really helped tremendously. First of all, I want to say that I really like the small building on the site. It reminds me a lot of that new building that's just finishing up on Pepper, the corner of Pepper and El Camino Real.
That's our project too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Oh.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
And one of the things that I think is very exciting about it is the lime green color that you've selected.
That was for Judith.
Well,
thank you.
I usually don't comment a lot on color unless it's particularly garish. In this case, I think it actually makes that building.
Right.
And I just want to congratulate you. I think it's a wonderful project, and this building I think is similar. It's in some ways it's a sibling, or at least a relative of that building, and I think that it's a very interesting addition to the site. I like the way you've played the large building and the small building. They don't have to be part of the same building. You can have different two elements on a site, and I really like that.
Okay, great.
When it comes to the site plan, I think I'm in agreement with staff here that the smaller building really needs to move closer to El Camino Real, and that it is problematic with regard to that having that second driveway there. What I particularly don't like is, you put the handicap parking in the front of the building there, and what we're trying to do is get more things happening closer to El Camino Real, more interesting retail, and putting the handicap parking there, just separates it from all the other parking. So just initially, I would say I would just swap those two. That's my immediate thought. But I would eliminate that ingress there because it just eats up space. It just eats up more. It has more surface area, and it's just not necessary. And then I look at your ramp coming off of Portage, and I'm thinking about that. And in some ways, I think that's also a bit excessive. Why not have all the access come off of Portage, and you could actually have double-loaded surface parking if you got rid of that ramp in that location there. You could have it so that more people could park behind the building at grade, having one driveway there, and then simply as you come around the corner there where the other driveway is, that's where your ramp should start, internal to the site, and go down along the south property line. What do you think about that?
We actually had studies of that. I think if the southern driveway goes away, that does open up opportunity for reconfiguring the parking, obviously. I think that the two driveway concept was something that my client felt very strongly about, trying to get the residents and the people that work there down below grade and not have everybody transverse the parking lot to come into the garage, right? And so that was the driver of the two. Certainly if we move the driveway, we're also trying to create an area on grade back here, Lee, where we can actually plant real trees and get a good grove sort of something growing here. So we were trying to keep parking out of that. But if this went away, moved over here, and this thing all pushed back, we'd probably have a 5-foot planting strip there. I don't particularly like to walk through cars to get to the retail, but maybe there's some other configuration of, parallel or 90-degree parking along this edge as well to make up for it. But the preference was to have the two driveway cuts on Portage. So, it'd be good for everybody to address that like you have. And give us your opinion because it's going to help.
My thought was if you're able to increase the amount of surface parking there, you'll actually have more opportunities for retail, for people to park there and go into the retail as opposed to driving through, not seeing anything, and then going underground. And then the underground parking is exclusively for the commercial and the residents there. So
that's
I think
a good point.
There's a really good opportunity here. I liked your comment with regard to taking the small commercial building and maybe turning it 90 degrees and pulling it closer to El Camino Real.
Good.
I don't think it needs to butt up against El Camino Real at all. I still think it can be set back, and you can still create a nice little plaza there, and that would be kind of neat if it aligned with the crosswalk there.
Right.
Because then you have a terminus to Hanson and the crosswalk.
Right.
And the only comment I have with regard to that is that I would want to see, as you're driving down Hanson, something interesting at the terminus there. I'd want it to be something where you've reached a landmark.
Right.
And you might even if you've got that raised planter there, you might want to think about maybe some sort of a fountain or maybe some public art. Okay. Harold, I think, has some sculpture he'll sell to you. No, I'm just kidding.
All good comments.
I love your bridge. I think that's great. I would encourage keeping the bridge. I think that adds some excitement to it. And I'm not dissuaded by the height of your building along El Camino Real. If any place can benefit from height, that would be the one corner. And in some ways, with the Fergus Garber Young building immediately across Portage, I think that the whole idea of having stepping down height really is going to make a big difference in terms of supporting that whole corner. This is really a gateway to Portage, which will in turn eventually redevelop. And so these two projects are like bookends. They frame the entrance to that area.
And we are trying to pick up some of the elements on the building as well that you'll see repeated. So
I think it's very positive, the direction you're going in.
Great.
And so that's my feedback, and good luck with it.
Thank you.
Robert.
Well, a lot of things have already been said, but let me just reiterate some of these also. I think the most prominent thing on the site right now are the two accessible parking spaces, which I think are, not necessary. I agree with probably the removal of the entry or the access off El Camino. I don't have a problem with the height. I understand, the bookending concept. Maybe, I don't know if it's necessary that the large building be a mirror on itself in both elevations, where I don't know if the front has to look exactly both sides, and same thing with the side. I think the back of the building may have a different character than the front of the building, and I don't think it's necessary. I think the retail would be greatly enhanced with, and I had the same sort of thought, where if you increase the parking in the back on grade, mainly because the average person, if they can't just quickly park somewhere and run in, they're not even going to bother to stop. And I agree that I don't see a real problem with having to drive through the retail parking to get to the underground. And you can do that by, as has already been discussed, rotating the smaller building 90 degrees and then giving yourself giving access off the back. I guess the small building, looking at it like this, is sort of a little, and it's the same sort of thing that you picked up on, a little entity unto it itself, and it's a bit unique, but it really has, it's sort of interesting as a form into itself, but in a practical situation, it really has no human scale to it. It really doesn't relate to what it is, and I think it's not really helping you any, from a pragmatic standpoint, as far as showing people that that's an office space, that sort of thing. And I think it's probably, I think the two buildings do need to relate somewhat. They don't need to be attached. And you're right, the bridge is kind of an interesting, especially with I'm assuming the sort of glass that you're using that gives it a nice light, delicate feel, which I like that aspect of it. And you can still do that even if you rotate the building. Let's see what else. I'd say that's probably enough at this point. I mirror basically what most of the other comments have already been made.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Guyer.
Randy.
Great. Well, first of all, thanks for coming in as a prelim on this. I think it's helpful. We've spent quite a bit of time looking at the FGY building next door, and I'm not going to pick on you about this, but the word you use, syncopation, to me, the definition of that is that you're creating a displacement that's stressing the weakest beat, the minor beats when you syncopate. And I'm hoping that that's not really what we're doing on El Camino, right? That's not where I would want to go with this. I think
rhythm maybe is a better word.
Yeah, great. I'm not, like I said, I'm not picking on you, right? I just think that the little building, I'll call it, is just out of place here. And with all the other comments that we've been hearing, taking out that curb cut, you're going to redesign the site. And so I know you're coming back with something different next time we see it. And I'm sure that it will improve as a result of that. But the ugly little building next door really is problematic. And I think that having something smaller next to it just further exaggerates that. And I'd rather see something that transitions from the corner down until that becomes sort of the third thought on the street and not a punctuation in any way. I will ask you to, as you're creating your photo montages, can you try and get a finer grain to those for us? I think if you had 3 times as many pictures that you were taking, they wouldn't be so distorted. It'd be much easier to read, and I would certainly appreciate that if you don't mind. And then I think that as you're looking at that little building, I don't know what to call it, the ugly little building next door.
Oh, okay. The mixed-use building.
The mixed-use building, thank you. It is what it is.
It's a hotel? It's a hotel.
Yeah, with an acupuncture store or something right in the front. But the
hotel's
the elevation that you've got drawn of that, I think, as I walked the site this week and looked carefully, I think that the proportion of that is off. And so I just want you to be precise about your contextual elevation here. The windows are much wider in your drawing than they really are. They're much more square than rectilinear, and just work on that just a little bit for us, and it'll help read better. One of our problems here is that we have lots of small lots along El Camino, and you have an opportunity here with this big site, and I guess it challenges me a little bit that you've taken this big site and you've divided it up into small lots. It's a nice corner piece and a little narrow thing. And so, again, I think when you come back with the redesign, I'm sure you're gonna have something better that we'll be able to react to. But I'm gonna ask you to try and cooperate with Fergus Garber and get their model and put it on a drawing and your building. And
we've done all that. Yeah.
Is it here?
No.
Okay.
Printed out on big sheets at our office.
All right, great. Well, bring them. They're helpful. If they're helping you, they'll help us. Because I want to see how the datums on your building relate to what's across the street. I think that's really important. And I think the comment that I would make is that the pedestrian level here seems very disconnected from the upper levels of the building. It seems a little short. And somehow the mass of the building above, although I really appreciate what Alex is saying, right, where you've got a lot of in and out going on and the building's carved nicely, the mass of the building is sort of crushing that first level. And I'm looking for you to find a way to integrate the upper levels all the way down to grade and seat the building into the site in a way that it's not currently, but also to create some relief, some amenities at the pedestrian level that help this to relate in the same way that the building next door is doing. But that depth at the upper level is great. I am curious about the photovoltaic panel and the choice to mount that as an umbrella over this big courtyard. Was there something specific you're trying to do there? Are you trying to shade that area and just filter the light?
We're just trying to give it some protection, a little bit of protection. Okay. And then you look up and you're reminded on a daily basis that you've got PV panels above you.
So, the PV panels that I'm used to are of two kinds, right? One is the beautiful stuff that's on the Cal Academy that you sort of see through and it's very translucent. Those are great. I think that manufacturer's out of business now, but I'm sure there's something else like that around. But the other ones are completely opaque.
Yeah.
And it just seems counterproductive to put this umbrella over something you're working so hard to use to bring light and windows. And I love the story you're telling about that and how you're going to bring light into these buildings. And I think these two-story lofts are really going to be a
really nice,
great unit.
Yeah.
But certainly bringing the light into that is a critical component of making
Okay.
those really nice spaces. And so maybe some other way to handle the PV on the roof in order to make that happen.
Height of the building?
Height of the building's fine, right? I have no issue with
Setbacks,
that. Yeah,
that kind
that's okay. And again, I want you to just use what's going on across the street to help tell your story, and the setbacks should be consistent. We've vetted all of that already and had those discussions, and we're on board with how all that's working. So if you're taking your cues from that, I think you're going to be rapid and successful here. The last thing I think I'll say is just in terms of the architecture of that little commercial standalone, the little shoebox that's there, is that aesthetic has been done a lot now, and I'm looking for something more interesting or something different, or some new way to interpret that methodology. I think when we were talking about Mr. Kleiman's building just before this, the comment that I was making was that that I really like the clarity of his concept, right? That there's this idea that is being expressed, there's a story that he's telling, there's a real, there's this dynamic concept that is driving the whole thing. And somehow these two disconnected boxes need to get tied together in a similar fashion so that there is some design idea behind all of it that I'm not getting today. And I'd love it if you could tell a little bit of a story and help us to feel that. But great use of the site. I think this is the kind of thing that we're after, right? That you take down a building that looks like the Foot Locker and you put something great up in its place, and we just need to work our way through this, and it'll be a good project.
Good.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Lee, you said you had a quick follow-up?
The property that's immediately adjacent to the right, the narrow, skinny building there, my understanding is that there's an application moving forward on that project also.
This is on Portage?
No, it's not on Portage, it's on El Camino Real. It has a sign out front saying under...
But this one right here, Lee, is actually a fairly new building.
Which property are you talking about? That one? The one that's immediately adjacent to the right of the Foot Locker building.
There's an application for a conditional use permit for medical office on the ground floor.
Okay, so it's not going to replace that building?
Correct, it's just a tenant.
Okay, because on this drawing here, it looks a little different than what's
right,
there.
the drawing doesn't match the reality. It's a little different. It is a 3-story mixed-use building. There's ground floor office and upper floor residential.
Okay, so Ken, can you show that a little more accurately, you think?
Yeah.
So first I will disclose that I did have some email conversations with Ken Hayes' staff in order to share some project information about our project across the street. And by our project, I mean I am working with the architects firm. I have no ownership interest in the project. So I think this is a good scale project for the location. I do support the mass and the height that you're proposing. It would be a good idea to consider a taller first floor if there's any way to make that work. Just because El Camino is such a major street and people pass by quickly, I think it needs more height at the first floor. The little 2-story gem or jewel box you've got sitting there, actually, I think it's an interesting little piece of architecture. I like it, but I immediately, when I looked at the streetscape, thought this needs to be taller in order to provide a better transition to the buildings next door, between your tall corner building and the smaller buildings next door, and to give it a bit more importance. I think that the 2-building concept is okay, especially given the limits on the floor area you're able to get on this site. And I do like the bridge. think anything you can do to get that smaller building closer to the street would be an improvement. So I think your idea of turning it would be good. Yeah. I don't think it needs to come all the way up to the street, certainly. If you've got something interesting going on in that open area between the commercial building and the street, then I think it will be successful. But it needs to be some kind of an activated, used area. I had the same reaction seeing that you had the photovoltaics over that nice open courtyard. I think that if it were a lower building and the photovoltaics could be up higher, so there was a significant gap between them and the roof, it might work, but you have a height restriction there. You're not going to be able to achieve that. And the driveways, I also think the 2 driveways off Portage are probably not a great idea. I've spent a lot of time on that street, and actually a lot of people do walk up and down Portage. Okay. So those 2 driveways right next to each other are not great. But in general, in support of the project, and great. Look forward to seeing what you bring next time.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Kind of small.
We'll be proceeding as soon as the next presentation is loaded. You got it?
Should I start?
No, we have to announce the project first.
Sorry.
Okay. Number 6, 101 Lytton. Request by Ted Korth of Korth, Sunseri, and Hagee Architects for minor architectural review board review for minor rooftop revisions to the previously approved 4-story mixed-use building. The zone district is PC 5158. Jason?
Yes, good morning, board members. So this project was, as you may recall, received council approval as a PC, a planned community development, in June of 2012. The applicant, now that they have a actual office tenant proposed, has come back with an idea to revise the approved rooftop deck. The area will not change in terms of the overall size of the rooftop deck. It's basically just reconfiguring it to allow it to be more usable for the new tenant. So at this point, I'll just let the architect explain what they're proposing. Thank you.
Good morning, Ted Korth with Korth, Sunseri, Hagee Architects. So SurveyMonkey has signed up to take the whole building, and Jason explained that they would like to make some adjustments to the roof deck. So I just want to go through those, explain them, and then answer any questions. Tim Murphy, who is designing the tenant space for SurveyMonkey, is also here if you have questions for him as well.
And if I can actually chime in again, sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
So the reason this is before you is because part of the planned community ordinance requires that any minor change to a PC needs to be either handled as a PC amendment, or if staff considers it a minor change, which we consider this a minor change, then it comes before the board as a minor ARB. So that's where we're at.
So I'll just go through these drawings that you have. The first is the configuration of the roof deck as it was approved with you. There's the corner element. There's a seating area here, some planting along the edges of this, and then there was a large planter in the center. The planter size was tuned to be exactly to leave enough occupied area that we don't exceed the exiting potential for the roof deck. So part of these changes have to do with reconfiguring mostly this side. So let me keep going here. So as proposed, this area is very much the same as what was there in terms of configuration. This has been adjusted so that the center area that was a planter is essentially seating, and then the area that's in a kind of a darker tone is separated by gates to make that non-occupiable space on a daily basis, so that this is an exit pathway to get out. This the seating area, this is all in plane with the roof deck. And there's an area here that is up about 1'9" from the roof deck. There's a slight ramp that leads up to that. So this is a hypothetical seating arrangement. This would be a little deck with seating on top. They would like to change the built-in planter to round potted plants that run along the edge of this. And then they're showing a built-in tabletop underneath the corner element that people could sit in and enjoy the view. Other changes are there were two pole lights located in this area in the approved scheme, which were those discs that the light goes up and then it bounces back down. They'd like to not use those, and so there are a few step lights that would be included along the edge of the planters to augment the lighting, but generally it would be less visible. The lighting would be less visible from anywhere, essentially. Softer light. This is the approved elevation showing the corner tower and the approved scheme there. This is the proposed. So these are super subtle changes, but I wanted to show it to you so it's real clear. Here's what was approved and here's what's proposed. So this is from Alma. And then along Lytton, this is the approved scheme. And the proposed scheme is showing the seating in this area in the foreground, although it would be hard to see it from any vantage point unless you're up high. And then from the side of the site, this is the approved, and this is the proposed, which shows there's a little bit of additional planting up in the front side. And then these are aerial views showing the approved project, again with the central planter, an open area for seating, and then with the proposed seating with that slightly raised area just in this area. Again, a view from above with the previously approved scheme and the proposed scheme. So I know during the approvals process there was interest on the part of the ARB to have a lot of activity up there so that people would know that the roof deck was being used, and in that regard this does do that because you'll have people closer to the edge of the fronting along Lytton. And that's it. I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any members of the public here to speak about this item? Seeing none, let's start with Lee.
You know, this is very minor, very subdued. I like the changes. I think it adds a whole other level of activity on the roof. Very exciting proposal. It's really not fronting onto anything that would be controversial in terms of the neighborhood, the downtown north neighborhood. That impact I would be concerned about, but because it's all on Lytton and Alma, it's in the appropriate location. So, frankly, I'm ready to make a motion to move to approve this subject to the conditions and findings. See?
I move we approve the modification as shown.
Okay, before we act on that motion, we'll see if any other board members have comments. Randy?
Dave, could you tell us what is the deck material going to be made out of?
Still working on that. It may be There's an exploration going on, possibly making it a wooden surface as a request by the tenant, but it isn't resolved. We had precast concrete pavers in the original submission, and so it's still in flux, but hopefully you would allow us to work through that as no one can really see it. But again, we don't want to assume anything, so that's why we're here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that I'm in support of what you're doing here, and I don't have any issue with it, except that I want it to be lively and populated. And I think that if it is, what you had there before was probably comfortable and cool to sit on and hang out in. And, I don't know what the planting material was, but I'm imagining it was an area to hang out.
Yes.
But the amount of paving that's up there now, and what that will radiate in terms of heat, and I'm seeing some umbrellas, but not a lot. And I'm thinking back toward your other project that's on Hamilton that we're looking at, that has this great canopy on it, and some of these other things. That I'm just worried about how hot it's going to get up there. And so I think while I wouldn't condition the project in any way about this, just want you to be really careful about the materials. I know you will be, but just be really careful about the materials so that we do get this place populated and it's used, and we'll see people up there and it'll be lively. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alex?
I have a question for staff. So if we had a plaza at grade level, like we would look at all of the furniture and fabrics samples and whatnot. At this one, since it's up on the roof, it's not really visible. How much jurisdiction do we have over this? I mean, are we expected to have that level? I guess my question is, should we have all the cut sheets for all of the materials here?
The new lights and the landscaping.
Right.
I mean they could provide that to us possibly as a condition of approval. But yeah, I think the only reason it is before you today is because we considered it a minor change, and it was an approved planned community. So the ordinance is pretty specific in dictating that it does return back to the ARB. So that's the only reason that we're here today. I mean, we would have loved to have just approved it at staff level. We were comfortable in doing it that way, but the ordinance does not permit us to do that.
Okay. I think just in terms of like record keeping and whatnot, I think like all of the materials should come at least to staff, because we have had projects where things didn't come out as nice as we had hoped, and then we don't have anything to, when we go back to the file, then there's nothing. And so I think that we should have all of that just so that we have a record of it.
Okay, yeah, I could add that into the conditions that we drafted for this.
Great. And I just want to say, I looked at the building yesterday. It's looking good. Great. And it's not looking nearly as massive as some people in the public had argued that it would be. I did have one question, though, on the building, if you could remind me. The floor-to-floor heights are relatively low for an office building, and then the mechanical screen is pretty tall. And I was just wondering if you remind me how you came up with that.
The floor-to-floors, I think, are about 13.6 per floor. And the mechanical screen we've actually made lower than it had been approved.
Good.
The bulk of it, because the area of the stairs and all still had to maintain adequate height, but the actual enclosure we lowered, I think, 18 inches just because we thought that'd be a good idea. So it is lower than had been approved.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Robert, I assume you have no comments? Is that correct? Okay.
Did his motion get seconded?
No, not yet.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. I will disclose that I have taken 2 tours of this construction site before I was aware that there was going to be an ARB application, but that has no bearing on what I have to say today. This is a perfectly acceptable revision. The location of the general location of the public area is remaining as originally approved. It's just a slight reconfiguration in where the seating happens. So I'm perfectly happy to support it. So we have a motion and a second. Did you want to make any friendly amendments, suggest any friendly amendments, Alex?
I would just suggest that all of the materials be submitted to staff.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable?
Yes, that's fine.
And to the second? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have the next item loaded up?
On the desk.
Ready to go? Item number 7, 301 High Street. Request by Hayes Group Architects on behalf of California Skin Institute for a minor architectural review to allow exterior modifications and a 200 square foot addition to an existing 6,255 square foot commercial building and grandfathered facility. The request includes a design enhancement exception to allow a 14-foot encroachment into the side yard daylight plane for a new rooftop equipment enclosure. Zone district is residential multifamily RM30. Have a presentation?
Yes, thank you. The project before you is for a small addition and significant facade improvements to an existing structure in the perimeter of the downtown area of a former lighting store. Staff would like to clarify the zoning designation as correctly stated in the staff report, but contrary to the agenda, the zoning designation is CDNP, or Downtown Commercial Neighborhood with a Pedestrian Combining District. Apologize for the mistake. Staff has communicated with a few area residents regarding this project. One primary issue that was raised was shading of the structure onto the adjacent residents on the High Street side. The applicant is working with staff and the neighbor to make sure that their concerns are addressed. Staff is requesting that the board provide comments on the design, particularly the relationship to the residential neighbor on the High Street, and recommend that the director approve the application subject to the board's recommendation on the design. The applicant will now have a presentation. Thank you.
10 minutes again.
Last one of the day. No, for me. Sorry. Good morning, members of the board. Ken Hayes with Hayes Group. 301 High Street, there's a location. It's the former Stanford, we've all been there, I'm sure, Electric Works building. Here's the zoning designations around it and CDNP, and then the parcel on high where the home is right here, and that's an RM30 district. And across the street is the fire station parking lot. Just some views from High Street looking north. The building is here. It's essentially a concrete tilt-up building. The areas that we're removing are mostly wood-framed areas, and we're keeping the panels of the building and cutting holes in them. This is the view from the corner, the terrible telephone pole that we can't do anything about. And then the Everett view with, that's the building there, and the parking lot is in the background here. To my left is a two-story apartment, which you see right here in the streetscape. And then our project site is essentially here, and this is the parking lot and the building here. There's a daylight plane on the RM15 side. There's also a setback. The building is non-conforming, so we can't go any higher on the perimeter walls, because the perimeter walls are all in the setback. There's a 20-foot setback on Everett, a 10-foot setback on High, and a 10-foot setback to the residential unit or building next door on High. And then there's a daylight plane imposed. But the existing building walls are already built on the property line, and so we're maintaining more than 50% of the existing building walls and modifying them and making the building, I think, a little bit more part of that community. So this is the High Street facade here. You see the daylight plane there. The building is no taller than it is now on that side. So there's really no measurable impact that we can tell. We have a roof screen that is in the daylight plane, but if anything, it's like late afternoon shadows that might be projected from that roof screen onto the neighboring property. But the existing building wall is the existing building wall. It's not changing. It's 20 feet high. Program is to update the existing tilt-up building, formerly the home of Stanford Electric, make way for a new tenant, who is California Skincare. We're actually working for the owner of California Skincare, and we want to maintain as much of the existing structure as possible while creating a vibrant, high-quality, modern renovation. A modern architectural vocabulary that responds to the corner. We're updating the parking area in back to be more code compliant, provide accessibility standards. Oops, what happened? Define the pedestrian pathway, incorporate some sustainable, higher energy efficient building systems, and provide a highly visible office and retail frontage for both frontages. Site plan. The parking remains at the back of the property from High Street. We have vehicular circulation there. And again, the challenge here is to how to bring, if you remember, Stanford Electric had us an entry on the corner here and had an entry off the parking lot at the back. So we're staying with that concept, but there was a 9-inch step from the High Street side into the building, and then it's a flush transition at the parking lot. So to accommodate that 9-inch step, what we've done at the corner is carved it away and created a ramp on the outside to ramp up 9 feet to be able to get at the floor slab elevation here, and then opens opportunities up to provide a really neat covered planting area there that when you're in the waiting area or on the interior here, you're looking out through landscape as opposed to looking out onto the street. And this just shows the ability to enter front and back there. And then the solar angle is like that, so we all know that south is this way. So pretty harsh solar exposure along High Street. And then this side here is blank. It's a property line wall. So we've got all of our support spaces, bathrooms, stairs, storage, electrical rooms, trash, and all that kind of gang together over there. We are putting a new elevator in the building and then a new feature stair in a lobby that has a 2-story space. This is some of the building imagery. We're using board form concrete that we think is a little bit more kind of, residential in feel, and that kind of defines the base and planters of the building. I'll show you later. And then trying to pick up on horizontal siding that you see on the homes in the area. And I didn't have a picture of the house here, but the clapboard homes next door have a horizontal sort of vocabulary to them. So we thought that, well, let's use that but integrate a metal siding. So the siding is a flat metal product with a reveal, but has that horizontal sort of disposition. And then just the idea of carving away a mass that's carved away. We're kind of doing that at the back and at the corner. And then we do have a clear story at the center of the building that is right here on the second floor because it's going to be a skincare, and so there's exam rooms. And so a lot of the windows around the perimeter will be exam rooms, and so we want to bring light into the interior of the building here. And we also have a Calwall skylight over the lobby to make the lobby sort of awash in light there. And then this shows you how the toilets and everything kind of stack on the one side, and then new openings. These are all the existing concrete panels here that we're keeping all of these here and keeping the panel here. This is all wood frame, and the back of this was wood frame. Everything else is maintained. Here's the roof plan, kind of shows you how far back that roof screen is where we have the new mechanical units located there. and then some perspectives of the buildings. We're doing all new street trees, all new plantings along High Street. We have new openings cut here. We have some canopies that shade those windows, make it a little bit more pedestrian friendly. The base here is the board-formed concrete, which then carries around here. It defines the planter, and then it occurs again at the back of the building. This block defines the back entrance and stair. That's an existing panel with a new opening, and then this is the carved-out front entrance area. And kind of zooming in on that, and this is the ramp that goes up to the doors. Deep shading fins above. This is about a 6-inch step here. The panels, I think, they're 7.25-inch panels. The back of the building, we're just showing where the new landscaping is here. We wanted you to see the building. So the back entrance is defined here. There's is there another shot? No. The stair is inside this piece of fenestration here, and then this is actually pushed in further in this zone by about 6 feet, and that defines the entrance. And so the stair will kind of be in this the corner of the glass. Alex, you look like you're trying to follow me there. Let me show you in plan. So this is that glass piece in the back, and then it goes in 3 feet. And that's the other plane of glass to sort of define that entrance. And the stair occupies this space here, which is this space here at the back. This is where the concrete continues on the back. There's new landscaping in front of that, and then glass windows that look out onto that. And then this is the same material here. Cantilevers out the back like it cantilevers here and comes across the back and then terminates at an outdoor balcony on the far side. This is the existing concrete panel on the end there, so we're sort of filling in this part just to show you how the shading devices and then the elevations. We're going to take all the rocks off and replaster the building. And that'll extend down the property line as well as this frontage, and then new openings here. The metal siding continues all the way around, and then it occurs again at the back of the building, and you can see the concrete base here. And then the same thing goes for that as well. And this is the neighbor's side where we'll have some control joints in the plaster, so it has a little bit more texture than it has now. And then the parking lot side here of the building where we have the clear story and then the roof screen. And this is an elevator with the skylight in the lobby there. And that's it. Thank you. Do you have the finished board? You do? Okay.
We do. Here we have 2 members of the public here to speak. First will be Joop Verbakken. I apologize if I butchered that name, to be followed by Vicky Vaughan. And you'll each have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here as the Homeowners Association High Street Solar. We would have loved to be with more people, but during the day it is pretty hard to do this. So we got some feedback from all the people, first of all, to get this building beefed up and with a nice design. We are very glad to see that happen, and it fits very well, like the architect is saying, the neighborhood feel, so that's very nice to see that. The thing that I want to stress, and that is parking, because parking is so important, and we go from the required 31 parking, we go only to 14 or whatever it is, and that is really not enough. And seeing then in the description that all the provisions like biking availability, they do that on the minimum that is required. I would have loved to see that the notion was, okay, we know that we have too little parking here. but we would like to stress that the people that work and come there has all the capabilities with trains and bikes to have enough biking spots there. That I think is important, and I think there should be done more to the encroaching of the light plane towards the neighbors, because I think they are not in the best position there. So further, I would like to thank you, and I hope that the neighborhood gets a nice addition with these modifications. But keep on thinking parking.
Thank you for your comments. And Vicky Vaughn.
Good morning. I have never had any reason to participate in any kind of meeting like this before, and I just want to say that it's been fascinating to observe the process for the last few hours. I had no idea that things like this ever took place in our community, so thank you for that. My husband and I live on the southeastern side of the building in the residential property that the city staff has already referred to on High Street. We live in a 113-year-old Victorian, and even with that being said, we think that the design of the building will really enhance the neighborhood. It's beautiful, but we do have a couple of concerns that I just wanted to go on record as expressing. The first one is the daylight plane, and as a layman, I don't really know even specifically how that impacts our property. But when you hear something like that, you just think, I don't want anything that makes it darker than it already is, because you look out the window and there's just nothing but a concrete wall there anyway. And we wouldn't want to lose any more light than we've already lost by the existing building. So that is one concern. And if somebody can just explain it to us in more simple terms, I think that would be good. The second concern that we have is for the rooftop air conditioning equipment. I've noticed that in attachment D it says that all noise-producing equipment and light fixtures shall comply with the municipal code. Even if I read the municipal code, that just wouldn't tell me as a layman anything about how loud that might be. So I think if it could be put into perspective of rock concert at Shoreline, that might be something that I could get better than just municipal code. We know that the air conditioning units at a building on Lytton, we can hear in our backyard when that goes off over the weekend. And I think we just need to learn more about how loud that might be. So if we're sitting in our backyard on Saturday, the air conditioner comes on in the office building, what does that do to the enjoyment of our backyard? So that's my second concern, and that's pretty much it. I think the building's beautiful. I just like it to be explained more in simple terms. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, let's start with Randy today.
Great, thank you. It's a nice job here.
Thank you.
Right, significant improvement over what's there, and I really agree with the homeowners next door that it will be a nice improvement to the neighborhood. I walk past this all the time. My office is down High Street, and it's great, very nice. I too am a little bit concerned about the daylight plane, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the decision to put the mechanical units on the side of the building where they are versus trying to shift it out to the High Street and Everett corner of the building. Could you work your way through some explanation of why the units are on one side versus the other of this, the light monitor that's on the roof?
So, good question, Randy.
It's not existing, right? That mechanical
There's
penthouses.
mechanical units inside the building right now. They probably have a small package unit that handled the offices.
Right.
That were on the second floor before. We are trying to keep, I mean, it's like there's a 20-foot setback on Everett, 10 on high, and you know, I know we have the elevator that is, you know, sticking above the roof.
The overrun.
Okay, because the overrun in the elevator, there's no way around that. Let me turn to the drawing. There.
Right.
The height limit is 25 feet. This is not being considered, I guess, new floor area. We felt like there just wasn't any more room here in front once we had, you know, we wanted to have the clear story. The elevator pops up. It just didn't seem like there was a natural place to kind of, you know, put it up front. Having the mechanical back here is also sort of consistent with where we have the shafts that are going to be back on that back wall where the toilets, et cetera, are. We have prepared some solar studies. I guess they have not made it to you yet. Is that right? Okay. So we prepared some solar studies.
Was that slide that you were going quickly at some point, but
no, it's not here. They're not here. Which showed, and I'm happy to meet with you and show that to you. We can talk about it. I honestly don't think that it's that there's an impact, but that's up to you. So it was really, it just seemed like it was the more appropriate place for it on the backside. We are using, is it a VRF? Variable refrigerant fluid system? It's a very high efficient and low dB because we were having issues with the sound at the property line, so we had to go to a different kind of mechanical unit so that we would comply. Is it 70 dB? 60, whatever. 6 about, okay, okay. So was that when the train's going by? No, sorry. Sorry, that wasn't funny. So anyway, so we are complying, and it just seemed like the logical place. I never even studied it out here, Randy. I just didn't think that it made sense to have it out on the front.
yeah, you know, the daylight plane line that's dashed on the drawing there.
Right.
You know, that's what code requires, but it's not necessarily what the sun does. And so if you have studies that represent something different and it proves out to be a non-issue, share that with us, and that makes it easy for us to agree with you. But right now, you know, I think about that site, and we got the big parking lot of the fire department, the big parking lot of the property directly across the street, the big parking lot of the Sereno real estate across the street. Tons of open space on that side. If there's going to be extra height or something that's, you know, an exception, that's the side I'd want it on. But if it's a non-issue, then it's a non-issue. Right, and I'll leave it to you to work it out with the.
I mean, yeah, I mean, essentially,
neighbors to solve
yeah,
that.
I mean, the existing wall is that high.
Right.
So it's where you, let me go to that roof plan. Right here. This is the parking lot. So the neighbor's home is here.
Right.
So this, you know, there's no change to any of this essentially at 20 feet. And then this piece is, but we could probably squeeze this in if we had to. Maybe we don't need
squeeze it in,
3 feet both
shorten
sides.
it down.
Can't shorten it. Just the units will be exposed.
Okay.
We're right there, Randy.
Units exposed from that elevation, or units exposed from being down at the street and looking up at it?
You might see them if you're in the fire department parking lot.
Okay. All right. Fair
But
enough.
we are planting new trees.
New trees are great. The ones that are there are terrible. Okay.
No, they're terrible.
So the only other, I mean, I think it's a handsome project you got going here. The only other comment that I would have for you is that when I look at A3.1 and A3.2, the high street and the north elevation, there doesn't seem to be a consistency to the level of the windows at the first level. And there's, in particular, you know, there's at the parking lot side, you know, you've got this band that runs across down low there. Right, so you've got this.
That's the same band that runs here.
the concrete is, but then there's a band that runs through the window, right?
No. Oh, there's a, yeah, because they wanted these.
The mullion that runs through the window?
So we wanted that operable.
And what's happening right behind that glass? Is that office space?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it may be office, it may be an exam room.
So would it be challenging to make that translucent glass but not clear, so that you don't see all the mess on the desks and under the desks and the backside of computers and things when you're on High Street? The parking lot side I'm less concerned about, but
on
High Street as you're walking.
Oh no, this is probably going to be a personal services retail. Yeah, no, this is going to be this part of it will be. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. We can only have 5,000 feet of office.
Of office total, right? Yeah.
Right. So there's going to be 1,000 something, 1,400 feet or whatever of personal services
along High Street.
Along High. That needs to be kept.
Okay,
open.
that's great. Yeah, I think what I'm looking for is to just not have the backsides of computers and the wires and all the mess at the desks visible all the time. There's a lot of that going on.
I know you said
it's unpleasant.
You weren't as concerned here, but we've got a 4-foot planter, basically between the driveway or the parking lot. There's a sidewalk and then a planter, so that'll be planted.
I read that. That's great. I was just thinking about trying to create this belly that goes around the building and have that consistent line, and if there was a way to secure anything, but if it's retail services in there, you want to see in. So that's great. No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Randy.
Robert.
I'm relatively happy with the way the design looks. I do agree that seeing as though we are protruding into the daylight plane, the existing two-story portion is already there, so it's not like it would be a big change to the neighbor, because that really is going to change. But as far as the mechanical unit, I mean, even if it throws out a little bit more shade, I want to try and avoid that. I can't see why we can't modify it somewhat and replace those units either on the front or whatever you want to call it, the other side of or do something where or even put them on the parking lot side. I mean, basically rotate them, up in that area somewhere or something that, even if you have to make the skylight a little skinnier, or the clerestory area a little skinnier and a little longer or something, that it.
We'd probably have to lose the skylight if we put them in.
No, not the skylight, the atrium area, or I should say the clerestory area. If you make that a little shorter or squatter and a little longer, you could put those 3 units, just above that on the drawing, facing the something like that. I'm not going to sit there and design it for you, but
I know. I hope we can handle it. Easily. But this edge here is. You go to section. Oh, wrong one. I don't think we have a section that way. But how about the elevation? I suppose we could move that edge maybe to this edge. Maybe there's, we can get them 3 or 4 feet further away, and perhaps.
The further we can get it away from the residence.
Yeah, and it's the square of the distance. So I mean, it's the square of the distance in terms of the sound diminishing.
So, I mean, it from both the noise and also it gets you.
It might be we could take
philosophy that if you're non-conforming, I'm okay with that, but I don't want to see it get any worse. And in my opinion, putting those 3 units there is making it worse. So I don't think you're going in the right direction. I think there ought to be some effort made to relocate those to get at least that top screen area out of the daylight plane. I have no problem with, like I said, the 2-story, mainly because they're used to that at this point anyway.
Right.
And it's been there for, 75 years or whatever. But That's my main concern. As far as obviously the rest of it is pretty much what the people that spoke had the same concept, that it's going to be a great improvement compared to what's there.
Okay, thank you.
Lee.
Yeah, well, I'll weigh in on the daylight plane issue. First of all, I just want to say this is really a wonderful upgrade to that building. I've lived within the proximity of the Stanford Electric for many years. I'm really sorry to see them go. In fact, we used to use them as a vendor for lighting sources. You know,
Yeah.
they were great. They've moved to San Antonio Circle. They're still easily accessible for us. And I'm really pleased to hear that there'll be a ground floor retail tenant. I think that this neighborhood could benefit from some sort of retail uses in it. The fact that it has parking, I think, is great. Should be able to, the parking lot has always been underutilized. They had Stanford Electric trucks parking in there, and then they would be gone during the day, and the customers would come in. Parking lot was always underutilized, so I think this is great. With regard to the daylight plane, I don't see it as an issue at all, and let me explain why. If you look at the daylight plane angle, you already have that wall of the building that encroaches into the daylight plane. And if you were to take that same exact angle, what is that angle?
1 and 2.
1 and 2. And you were to raise it to the top parapet of the building.
Yeah, it still hits. You're right.
The angle is exactly the same. In fact, I think it's probably shallower.
Yeah, it hits right about there.
So I don't necessarily see that as an issue from a visual point of view. It's not going to cut off any light or create shadows or cut off anybody's ability to see daylight or sky. And that's really what the intent of the daylight plane is. It's a misnomer. It really represents being able to look out of your own building and be able to see sky. And since we've not changed the wall condition, it's not increasing the non-compliance, so to speak. Where I do think that the issue is in the sound. It's in the acoustics, the dB level. And so if it were to remain there, I would want to make sure that we've not impacted the neighbors with greater decibels.
Than over what they have today, or comply with the.
I want it to comply with the city's ordinance. Is what I would want it to do.
I think that's what we're doing.
Yeah. So in lieu of that, I think that there is an opportunity. However, maybe you could include a design enhancement exception, which we allow for.
We did.
Okay.
Elena, there's a design enhancement exception, right, being applied for.
It is included in the application, yes.
But what I'm saying is by moving that roof screening to the front side of the building.
Oh.
Okay. So in other words, right now there's a height limit and a setback relating to that. The impact on High Street and the impact on Everett is preferable than the impact that it would be on the neighbors, the adjacent property owners. And so I think that there are grounds for a design enhancement exception, so moving the enclosure to the other side of the building, to the street side of the building, and actually moving the skylight back, or the monitor back in some way.
The monitor, we can move the monitor back about 2.5 feet before it hits the daylight plane.
Right. So I think that's a way of sort of getting around it and finessing it a little bit. What do you think, Ken?
I think that if we're certain that the daylight plane is not impacted by the roof screen, and I think that is the case, and if we comply with the city's ordinance, that on the sound, and maybe there's a higher standard we go to, that there's no reason why they shouldn't remain where they are.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it goes down to an issue of acoustics at this point, for me.
Right. So we would just need to demonstrate that. I mean, we can do things to the roof screen that help mitigate sound even further. So we have an acoustical engineer on the job who's already provided an analysis to staff So it'd be a matter of, talking with you and making sure that they can put it in terms that make sense. More cotton balls.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ken, for your presentation, and I don't have any problem with any of the other changes that you're proposing here.
Great, thank you.
Oh, there was one other question. You are removing the gate, though?
Yeah.
Great.
Alex.
I have a question for staff. So, Elena, I looked, when I first looked at the application and I looked at the 1 to 2 daylight plane, it sort of set an alarm bell off in my mind, and thinking that it was really strict. And so when I looked at the code, I may have been misreading the code, but I was reading it as a 45-degree angle. And I was wondering if you could explain where the 1 to 2 ratio came from, because this is RM15, right?
No, it comes from the CN zone.
Oh, so I was looking at RM15.
Yeah, it's not what you read in RM15.
The zoning's actually CDNP.
Or CDN. Yeah.
I was thinking that when you have commercial next to residential, that it mirrors.
We're actually flipping through the code to find that specific section. So, in the CDN district, the daylight plane is 1 to 2.
Whereas, yeah.
As opposed to
Whereas
1 to 1 would be the 45. So yeah, 1 to 2.
Yeah. CDC, which you're maybe used to seeing more often.
I see. So the CDN, the N is the difference.
Refers to identical to the residential zone of budding. That's what you're used to seeing.
That's very strict. I mean, that's really, really strict. So that's, we don't usually come across, we don't normally see that, so this is a very unusual project. Okay, so I would just say generally, I like the project, and I think that in this particular neighborhood, the corner buildings are sort of a little bit more modern and a little blocky, or should I say, and then there are like infill country houses, and I think you're in keeping with the neighborhood pattern. I like the horizontality that you have of the window pattern and the metal siding. I do like the increased the corner entrance level. Yeah, the recess. I like that a lot. I had some questions for you about just details and materials. So you have soffits like along the parking lot and also at the entry, and I didn't see anything in the drawings. I was wondering what the material is, and also there was no lighting shown in the entry area, and I was wondering if there was recessed lighting in the soffit.
At the main entrance, there's landscape lights in the planter that actually shine up to the ceiling. And I believe the ceiling is metal. The soffit, rather, is a metal panel, both at the back.
Are you trying to wrap the
awning? The canopy wraps.
It's the same as the awning. Got it.
Yeah.
And I think I didn't pay any attention to the awning color, which is it the same as the weathered copper, or is it a?
The awning color is the anodized, or the lighter metal. Windows matches the windows.
Was it the moon? Anyway,
that's it.
Oh, it's just a clear anodized, like a metal. Okay, that's fine. I think that if you're doing landscape lighting at the entry, I don't think that it's showing on the photometrics. I don't know if it needs to.
It's in the landscape photometrics.
Oh, okay. I was looking for it. I didn't see it, but that's fine. I'm not crazy about the bike rack. I sort of normally prefer something more standard. So I'm always bicycling everywhere. It's hard to, if you have something really big bike rack, it's hard to use them.
Too blocky?
Yeah, well, so you have to understand, like, the bike locks come in all different sizes, and it's hard to work with those really big ones. If the transportation department has approved that thing and they think it's okay, then I'm okay with it. I generally prefer something
that'd be fine too. Just
normal,
a simple loop.
Yeah.
I can talk to the landscape architect.
Yeah. And on the DEE, I think I can support it. I think that it would be great to show the sun study to the neighbors, and that's something it's so easy to do now.
Yeah,
with the computer model. And I guess I would echo all the comments about the noise for the ACs. If it's complying, that's fine. And I think just to the neighbors, it's very confusing. Like when you're adding decibels, it's not like additive. Like if you have a ambient noise and you're adding stuff, it doesn't. You don't add it as, and so it's very complicated. I think the acoustic engineers can sort of explain it better. I think our code is pretty good. If the staff could walk you through it, it makes sense. I can't do it off the top of my head, but it's. And I think the other thing we can do, I think, is, in our conditions of approval, right? Sometimes we can do performance test that somehow is performance tested at occupancy, so it's actually verified that it's actually complying with the code.
Right. We can actually include a condition of approval saying that that it shall be tested prior to occupancy. And just to provide clarification, I'm looking at an example here to kind of explain it in a layperson's term. Is that a shower is about 70 decibels, and so ambient in a neighborhood in the daytime is about 60 to 65. So if you can imagine what it's like when you take a shower and you're around the same area, that would be the loudest, absolute loudest that the equipment would be allowed to be.
What was I going to say? I cracked metal sidings off materials. I had one other thought. Give me a second. I forgot where I lost my train of thought. Trees. Maybe that was it. I'll leave it there. My memory is fading.
Thank you, Alex.
Need more coffee.
Long day.
Maybe you're hungry.
I am hungry too.
Randy, you had a quick follow-up?
Yeah, I want to just ask a question of staff in regard to the parking discussion that was brought up by the resident. So this project requires a conditional use permit, is that right?
It would require a conditional use permit if they were to go beyond 5,000 square feet of office.
But the use that they're proposing in the building is not a conditional use for this zone?
Well, it wouldn't be up to a certain point. So they can have up to 5,000 square feet of office on the second floor. And so if they were to change it to where it's more than 5,000 square feet, then they would require a conditional use permit. And at that point, the city would have the ability to look at what the proposed use is and whether or not it would have an impact, and that would include parking.
I thought medical professional was a conditional use regardless of size.
It is in the CN and CS along El Camino.
But not here.
Yeah, so in the CDN, it's different than the CDC.
Right.
Because they just have to design the building at the ground floor. So they can have ground floor office in the CDN. So it's different than what you're used to saying in the CDN. Russ is just verifying the conditional use permit.
The reason I say this is, again, my office is right in this neighborhood. I'm particularly aware of how difficult the parking is here. Right now it's worse because of all the contractors working on the Lytton project, and it's gotten quite bad. But the concern that I have is that we have an opportunity here with the building changing use, changing what it's doing, to sort of reassess it and make sure that we have enough parking for the use that this building is going to be fulfilling, and for the people that are coming to this building, and all of those things, and to go forward without really making sure that we've done everything we can to park this properly, I think is, we need to make sure we've done that.
So I'll jump in and say we just verified a CUP is not required for medical dental in this zone. What we have done and more lately, and we're going to be looking into doing this more and more, is TDMs, approaching people about getting those in place. I mean, it's
Right.
not technically a requirement because the change isn't introducing, a lot more parking demand per our code. However, we can always have those conversations with the building owners.
And overall, I'm very much in favor of the project. I just, when I see something that has such a deficit in parking relative to what we know is going to be there, it just strikes me as challenging. Okay, thanks.
I have one follow-up question. I remembered what I was trying to remember. So the zoning is in the P designation, so it's a pedestrian area. And I was wondering if the staff had discussed the windows. So I know, like in some areas of downtown, we have a condition of approval that the windows are not blocked. That there's some allowances for window coverings or whatever, but they can't just completely cover up all of the windows. And it seems like this is, for this particular use, I think that could potentially be an issue. And I was wondering if what you guys have been thinking about that.
Right, yeah, that has been an issue. What we can do is add a condition of approval saying that the windows shall not be obscured to basically enhance the pedestrian experience and also not allow signage to be more than 20%, not allowing that exception.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I very much like what you're doing with this building. Just have a couple of things. I like your corner recess solution. I was wondering why there wasn't a cut through from one street to the other, and you explained that with the 9-inch grade issue. The shed roof you have up top, the monitor, I like it a lot. I'm worried that I'm never going to see it from the ground. Have you looked at whether it's actually going to be visible? Because I would like to see it.
I don't know if it's visible. Let's see. There you go.
Great. But I didn't see that other one. Now I don't see it.
Yeah, you'd probably see it on the
You have to be across the street, I think.
Yeah, like at the intersection. This is probably, yeah. I mean, so this is 100 feet away. Not quite, probably. And you see it clearly.
Yeah, I wish I could see it from the front as well, but maybe if I head down Everett in the other direction towards the train, maybe I'll see it. Okay. The shades, you've got sort of tapered shades, which are very lovely, but then the canopy is sort of bigger and boxy. Did you look at trying to get more of a taper on that canopy as well?
I did not. No. For no particular reason. We just like the straight, simple canopy. And ironically, I don't like the rectangular sunshades. So I guess I think of them too differently. But the sunshade, you're right. We do have a taper on the sunshade. The finish matches.
It's not a deal breaker for me. I just wondered if there was a reason. I thought maybe you'd say something like it's more consistent with the original brutal architecture. But, okay. The DEE, I am in support of, with the caveat that you do need to demonstrate that there's no more protrusion into the daylight plane than what is already there, created by the existing wall. I think that will be the case. It just needs to be documented.
Demonstrate to the
owners, yes, and documented on the approval set.
Okay.
And the air conditioning units, I'm okay with their location. Obviously, the further you can get them from the neighbors, the better. And you do have to meet the acoustic requirements. So if you can do that, then I'm in support of the location. Had a question on the findings. This is in attachment A. So finding 5 has to do with transitions in scale in areas between different designated land uses I know these are different zones, but are they actually different designated land uses in the comp plan? I didn't go back and look at that.
Yeah, well, so basically the reason this is brought up is because it is a residential use RM30 district, and presumably it's a multifamily land use designation, and then this site would be commercially designated. So that would be why that's an issue.
Yeah, so right now we're showing that the finding is not applicable. I think it will be applicable.
Yeah, well, yes.
And I think that the answer to it, as far as the transition in scale and character, is that you're not creating a larger building than is already existing. And then there was some discussion about planting in a Japanese maple. Did you have any comment on that?
Thank you for bringing that up. Sherry, the landscape architect is here. We had a comment about the maple that they want us to add in that planter. I think we're okay adding it, but did you hear back from the owner?
I didn't hear back. We're just requesting if we can choose the species, let the owner have a little flexibility. The condition actually calls an exact tree, which is a purple leaf tree, and our client's very sensitive to color. I'm not sure what their opinion would be, but we're happy to plant the maple. We're just hoping we could maybe have some flexibility on the exact species.
Isn't the other maple a Verdi?
Yeah, the maple that we're planting already in front of the building is a green maple. It's a lacy green, so we might want to match that.
Okay, yeah, I'm actually not comfortable with the city specifying exactly what species it should be. I think general design parameters, yes, but I would look to the landscape architect to select the right type of tree for that location. Okay. Would anybody like to craft a motion on this?
Sure. I'll move that we continue this item to a date certain to be described by the applicant. Further study the mechanical unit and a condition for not obscuring the windows. But I think we've had enough discussion about this mechanical unit's placement that we probably should go forward with that. I'm okay if others want to suggest that this come back to consent rather than full review. I don't know how to add that in here, but if you want to go that direction, that's fine. We can have a discussion about that.
I'll second that. I think we're going to wind up with enough discussion on it that it should probably come back as an item that we hear.
And as far as the date certain, what dates do we have available?
November 7th is the next available meeting.
And when would he need to have drawings and responses back?
Next one would be November 21st.
No, my question was if we were to select November 7th, when would the applicant need to get new documentation to you?
While you're looking that up, maybe I'll just make clear what kind of, I think what we heard from you today, Ken, was that you already have some of this documentation prepared, and it would be a matter of just sharing it with us in terms of the sun study angle, some of those things. So
it sounds like I would need to get together with the adjacent property owners, show them that, get them to buy into it, and then either change it because of that and come back with a modified design, or come back with the same design with their blessing.
So if they'd have to get it to us by Wednesday next week to get it to go November 7th. So we could look to the next meeting if that.
Are you in town?
I think you try for it, and if he can't, he can always push it off to the 21st.
Okay, so we'll leave it on the November 7th, and the applicant can always ask to continue it. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have item number 8 loaded and ready to go?
Packed agenda.
Yes, I don't know how to do that.
PDF on the top.
This one?
Yeah. All right. Let's maximize it. Control L. I'll take this up to full screen.
Control L.
There you go.
The ball will advance if you have multiple.
Okay. Page down, I think.
Ready to go? Okay, number 8, 1700 Embarcadero Road, Staybridge Suites Hotel on Ming's Site and Design Review, Plan Revision. Application was approved by council by record of land use action. The board had, what am I reading here?
There's something wrong with that agenda. I would read off the staff report.
Thank you.
It's revision. I'll just read it. Revisions to the approved site and design review plans for the Staybridge Suites Hotel on the Ming site. The site and design review application was approved by council by record of land use action and actually extended, this year per our extension ordinance. But the original condition from the ARB was to return to the subcommittee with some changes, some revisions to address the comments made by the ARB. The applicant also has some other changes, and the number of minor changes was significant enough to warrant review by the full board. I'll let the applicant describe the changes, and I'll bring up the material.
Thank you. Okay, you will have 10 minutes to present.
All right, thank you. Members of the committee and planning staff, on behalf of HC Investment, Wu Chung Shang, and Vicky Ching, my name is Jim Rato with RYS Architects. We're the architect of record, not the design architect of the project. I am here also with Sam Harn with KLA Landscape Architects, should you have any questions regarding site elements. Essentially, we're really here just to answer your questions on what we consider minor changes to the original design. I'd like to point out a couple of major ones maybe that we're hoping that we can get your approval today. One being that you could probably see on the rendering up on the screen or maybe in front of you, the differences between the large cornice that had originally been approved for this building versus what we're proposing now, which is 4 feet shorter, or should I say longer, from the front fascia of the building, as well as the overhang being also smaller from, I believe, 22 to 14 feet. Again, as I would like to emphasize, many of the changes were practical for practical reasons. Some were code, and some were some negotiations between our applicant and the hotel brand. The other change that we're hoping to get your approval would be at the entrance area of the hotel. This is the entrance as originally approved. The design that we're proposing is lower and smaller in scale, more human scale, but through the process of dealing with the hotel brand, they are hoping that we can incorporate their signature gable into the canopy. There are also some side elements that we would like to withdraw from the design today, and I would like to point that out as being the shade structure above the outdoor dining on the west side of the restaurant. And again, the landscape architect is here if you have any questions regarding that. If you have any questions.
All Are there any members of the public here to speak about this item? Lee, would you like to start?
Well, to give a little history of this, this started off as a PC project. At the time, we didn't really have a hotel zone, and we had suggested that the architect at the time look at applying the hotel zone to this, and I think that that's how we came about with not having it to go through the PC process. Is that correct?
So, yeah, I'll give a background. Sorry if I didn't approach that earlier. It was a PC zone, the restaurant, and it was rezoned to CS. It doesn't have an H overlay because it doesn't need it, because the CS zone itself was changed to allow greater FAR for hotels.
So, you know, what I'm looking at here in terms of the proposed changes are not quite as desirable as some of them are, but a lot of them are not quite as desirable as what the initial scheme was. One of the attributes I thought initially was the roof overhang, and that really sort of put a lid on it, and it really made it a signature building. And this, the overhang is much more understated, and in some ways diminishes the architecture. Part of the sensitivity of this project is that it is immediately adjacent to our open space. And so it's particularly important that it be high quality and compatible with the adjacent open space. And what I'm looking at here, in some ways, because it's been diminished, just reads as a big block building. That's what I'm seeing here. Are you still planning on having the stone base to the building?
Yes.
Okay, so even though it doesn't show up on your proposed elevations terribly well.
Yes, and I believe we had submitted some materials, most of which were the originally approved materials. We have additional.
It's on the other board. There's another building.
We have additional ones if you don't have all the copies.
So is the stone changing at all?
We believe that there were several stones proposed over that time. I was not involved in that process, but the last one we believe is not in production anymore. What we're providing is very similar, if not close. We're certainly open to look at other ones if that doesn't quite meet what you're looking for. But we do have, we have an actual sample of that, if I may bring that up.
Yeah, I think we need to take a look at what that is, and then also in relationship to what was originally proposed.
So I'm assuming this is a faux.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
That look familiar, Claire?
The color, no, shape, yes.
Yeah, Claire, I'm sorry, the chair has just confirmed that it's not the same color, although it's the same pattern or similar pattern.
Right.
Part of, I guess, the review is that we want it to blend in with the landscape, and with using the grayed down version, it's going to actually begin to create contrast with the open space there, particularly in the summer months. Actually, summer and winter. This is a grayed version, and I think what we were looking at previously was a beigeier.
And that might well be again.
Was it what?
Is green is a kind of a blend of green and beige.
Okay, it was a blend of beige and green.
We can see that here.
Yeah.
Obviously. This is much more homogeneous.
Yeah. What I do want to mention, however, is that I do prefer the organization of your windows. I think the organization of your windows is actually much better.
Right.
That's the one aspect that I'm in support of. I'm not thrilled with the redesigned entrance. I think that needs some work. It's just, to me, it doesn't state entrance to it. It's too minimal. And I think your canopy proposal is problematic. When I say problematic, I think it's too over-designed for what it is. It needs to be compatible with the other elements of the building. If there was some way to use the overhang that you currently have and create an entrance canopy with that as an element, because you've introduced another completely different element at the front entrance.
Mm-hmm.
So those are my basic comments. I can't approve what or go along with what you've got proposed here today.
Alex, I believe you were around when this was being reviewed initially.
Yes, I remember. So, it's been so long. I actually went back, and I couldn't really tell what you guys were doing. What the changes that you were making. I couldn't really gauge them very well. So I actually went back and found the original set from like 3 years ago, and I had to refresh my memory about that, about the building design. So I thank you on the subcommittee for bumping this up, because I can't imagine how you guys would have been able to review this without knowing without seeing the original set of drawings. I think there are a couple things that I've seen in the drawings that I would like some clarification on. One is like the colors. So you're saying that the colors are largely unchanged, generally unchanged, but the renderings are actually showing like more white, or I call it like cream colors. And I just want to make sure that that's not the case, because this is the Baylands. And
Yes, I hope you realize that the colored images and drawings are a representation of what those actual materials are, and therefore we have our material and color board, and I'm hoping that you could look at those to really see the colors. A little bit impossible to really recreate them.
I know, and it's hard, and color printing is always very tricky. But were you really proposing to change the color of the cornice from like?
I'm not proposing to change the color of the cornice.
So it's just the drawing, it's really the drawing issue.
Again, I would ask you to look at the color and material boards. I have another copy if you want.
Great. There are a couple places where you you're decreasing the amount of setback between the second and third floor, and I was wondering why that was happening.
One's for practical reasons, and it's mainly structural. One of the items also that we're trying to comply with Calgary in Tier 2 is the efficiency of structure. Mm-hmm. When there's an offset between two floors, you're not only using a natural flow of forces from the upper to a floor below it. If you're offsetting it, you're now providing additional structural support. Again, we're not trying to be as efficient as we can with the use of materials that are added to the building. We don't believe that it takes away from the perception of having a heavy base exemplified by the stone. We believe that 9-inch offset, while it does create a shallower offset, it still gives you that perception that there is a different material in the base.
Okay. And then regarding the building base, in the approved set of drawings, there were just some sketch level details, and they was showing like window recesses.
Yes.
Like on the first two floors, like at a foot deep, and I was wondering if that has stayed the same, or if has that actually shrunk at all?
They have stayed the same. One of the ways that we're creating the perception of depth is actually providing two walls. You have an interior structural wall and an exterior veneer wall, if you will.
Right.
But they're two separate frame walls.
Great, thank you. And then you were proposing some Here, let me try to get the sheet number. Let's see. So on, oh, they don't have sheet numbers. Well, on the entrances that you were proposing, two different alternates?
Yes, one of the alternates we're contemplating has been a result of discussion with the hotel brand. When they saw the originally approved and what they usually like to see in their facilities, they had asked, let's just say pleaded, can we get our gabled canopy? And I have to make a distinction from a canopy to a porte-cochere. This brand does not have a porte-cochere. It has a canopy with columns, in fact. Now, given the tightness of the site, it would be impossible to put columns over a canopy. And if they insisted on a column, we would really just hover over the driveway, which would totally change actually the feeling and design of that entire area. So we didn't try to do it that way. I believe what was originally designed and approved was a 14-foot high slab-like, very simple design that, after laying it out accurately for construction drawings, it was already getting in front of the second floor windows.
Yeah, it didn't really work, as I recall.
That was what was approved, and we were trying to realize that, but what we were getting from the hotel brand was they thought it was too massive. It did not give the feeling of a home-like arrival sequence that they like to see for their customers. So I'm trying to see if we can make everyone happy.
So, I mean, my recollection is in the ARB's previous reviews, yes, they were pretty critical of the entrance sequence, thinking that it was really weak. And I did look through the landscaping from the previous set, and I remember that the landscape architect had done a very ornate pattern in the, I think they were in the driveway to try to enhance that.
Yes, and those are all there still.
Right, and then I was just thinking that, but I don't remember this sort of glazing pattern, and I was just wondering if there was actually thought of coordinating all of these different elements, like the pattern in paving versus what's in the building and all of that, or have you just been looking at the windows separately from the rest of the entry sequence?
The way we had looked at the revised glazing pattern at the front was more in keeping with what was already a vocabulary around the building. In particular, the ones you have at the southeast corner as well as in the courtyard. So there is elements of those, I wouldn't call it randomness, but it isn't purely uniform in both axes. So we chose something like a Mondrian type of theme.
Can I say just generally on the on your proposed revisions for that, I think having the wider glass area is important. I mean, I think that's a huge improvement over the original design. I mean, I think because the entrance is on the side of the building and it's not facing the street, it really needs to be more welcoming, and I think that you're kind of headed in the right direction, although I really would want to see more about the awning, like in 3 dimensions for that, because it seems really small given the size of given the scale of that facade.
Sure.
I think that you need to submit like a whole, just because so much time has gone by, I think you actually need to submit a whole set to the board, because I can't imagine for the new people on the board how they would be able to sort of understand the project without seeing like all the plans. Like if this is all that they got, right, just this set, I don't see how that they could judge the project without having, like I brought my old set from 3 years ago. I think it would just be too dark, too difficult. I mean, I think there's some very nice things in the building, but they're not in your set. I mean, like I'm saying, like you're not showing any shadows, the deep windows, or there's a lot of interplay on the, there's setbacks on the third and fourth floors, and it doesn't read at all in your elevations, and so I think I can't imagine how they could judge the building based on what's been submitted. I would generally say, though, I think the staff is right. I mean, it's a minor. I mean, the general, but I just don't see how you can, like how we could approve it today. And then on the stone, I would just say that I was like the only person, I think, to comment on the stone, but my take on it was on the original stone was that it was too small, like the pattern sizes for 2 stories. Now, I think that the argument was that it was the perfect color. Really, that the larger sizes of the simulated stone were all kind of in like a limestone tan color. And that to get the color that they wanted, which would be more in keeping with the Baylands, they had to, use that particular pattern. And if it's not available or whatever, then I think let's look at all of the available Eldorado stones and see. But I mean, generally, on like the simulated stones, to me, they're only believable up to like 1 story. Generally, I mean, for the smaller sizes ones, and then if you're going up 2 stories, that needs to be generally a larger pattern. So I would like to see that, and then there's I think it's also hard to judge just on just on a couple pieces. I mean, if there's a way, if the manufacturer has like installed that your preferred
as in a
color.
photograph.
Yeah, in a photograph, I think that would be ideal. I know that's I realize that's very difficult, but if it's available, I think that would be the way to go. I think the other thing that I just want to mention to the board members who haven't seen this one before is that there is the power lines that go across the property, and so that's part of the reason why the building looks big is because the trees are limited in height. And so and it's also forcing the building into just a small part of the site, which makes it a little bit more boxy. And then also the courtyard configuration of it makes it look, a little bit more blocky. And that's just, unfortunately, that's just the site. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Randy?
Yeah, I am the one who said that we can't review this at subcommittee. It's just too complicated, and I don't disagree that you're making some minor revisions here, but it's a million little cuts. It's significant when you put them all together, and I'm really having trouble reading the drawings. There's so much discrepancy in terms of graphic quality between the original renderings and the proposed revisions, and the colors that we're seeing, and the lack of a site plan, and all of these things make it really. It's virtually impossible for me to give you the right kind of feedback here today to help you along. I'll agree in general with comments that have been made by others, but because I don't have the benefit of all the details that Alex had in this packet, one of the things that I was going to say is that the proposed revision to the south elevation, where in particular you're changing the entryway, while I think the entryway gets more interesting, what's happening with the windows on this building and these hundreds of punched openings on the building is very challenging for me aesthetically. And I can't read the recesses in the drawing that you've got. There's no shade and shadow on it. This is a project I think that would benefit hugely from having some high quality renderings made for it. And I'm not asking you to have a model built, anything like that, but I can't read the drawings well enough to be able to assess what the character of this is and what the recesses are and how one level relates to another. And I'm not able to get to a point where I could approve this without that level of information, I think. I agree with Alex's comments about the stone. in particular the east elevation that has, this enormous expanse of the stone on it with these windows punched into it. I need to understand what that's going to look like and what the character of that is and what the real color is going to be. I think that the landscape work that you're proposing here is exciting, interesting. I don't have issue at all with the materials that you're using or the concepts that you're promoting here in that area. The only thing I guess I reacted to a bit was the ADA tactile domes, the decorative metal studs is not something that I would be in favor of unless it's some type of a very muted material like a brushed stainless or something. But if they're gold domes on a red background, that's a little too Vegas for me. But the information I'm seeing in terms of fences and amenities and these other pieces look very nice, and I'm inclined to indicate that I would move all of that forward without hesitation. But the work that you're proposing on the building right now has left me challenged to really understand it, and I just can't I can't get there for you today.
Randy, I was hoping that without presenting you the entire design package as it was originally submitted, that we were only truly bringing up the changes to the original design as approved. So if the council had and the committee had approved a 12-inch deep set window, you're getting the 12-inch deep set window. Now, albeit some of these materials, they can be adjusted and we will do them. For us to tell you that we're changing entire walls and recesses and pop-outs, that's not what we're bringing up here. If you see the plans that it was 3 or 4 years ago, it's still what they are. It's just at the level of a construction drawing at this point. You're seeing the construction drawing model, but rendered, so to speak, for this presentation. So we're not presenting a new design, and I'm hoping that you're not seeing it as that.
I'm not. Again, I recognize that you've got minor changes, but to me it looks like so many minor changes that we're really needing to look at the building again and study that. And I can't do that in the way that I've been charged to do it with the material that you've given me.
Okay.
I just can't approve it with this set of drawings. I don't understand it. And I'm sorry to say that, but you just need to give me more information. I mean, time has passed. It's a different board. Can't help the fact that I didn't see it previously, and I don't have the background that Alex has, so you've got to help me along.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was my first concept also, is that the whole style of presentation of I guess the existing one is different than the new one. Now, I understand that as on some of the elevations, the lower one is a more crisper, more detailed, which means they were taken from I'm assuming from your CDs. And so that's fine. I don't have a problem with relating to that aspect of it, and I can understand, the differences between them. But there's some, there was a couple of comments made absolutely right. I understand you're not asking for a complete redesign, nor are you presenting a complete redesign, but it seems like some of the items that you're asking for have a very big, I don't know, they're very dependent on what the design's going to look like. I've always been a big fan of a building like this having a base, a middle, and a top. Mm-hmm. And what you're doing basically is, at least on the drawing, is that the base doesn't look to be as strong as it used to be. Now, you're telling me that that's just a rendering style and that actually the brick, or I should say the stone that's going to be used is the same as what's originally proposed, and then that's fine. I'm fine with that. But and I can... understand some of your reasoning behind the roof, but the thing is, the way it looks now, I mean, even on this rendering, you can see that there's not a shadow line, nothing that really gives that that roof or that cap some statement, and on the bottom one, it's just not there. Now, I understand that there's some limitations here, but I think with some redesign on it, you can still enhance it in size, which is what I think the original design was going for, and yet make it easier for a structural engineer to hang on to the thing. The way you've got it now, you've got the whole setback, so you've got this 30-foot cantilever. But I mean, maybe that means that you modify how it's attached to the building a little differently. I'm not going to sit here and try and design it for you. All I'm telling you is that the roof, the way you propose it, is to me is much too weak based on what was originally approved. I wasn't here when they originally approved the design, and so maybe had you come up with a different roof at that point, which would still have allowed me to like the way the top of the building was finished off, that's fine. And maybe what that means is you need to, rather than mimic it and just make it smaller, maybe you have to redesign it somewhat to still give that concept of a cap or a finished element at the top, but it doesn't have to exactly mirror what was there. I agree with the lining up of some of the windows, the expansion joint, that sort of thing. Those are all things that you find once you get into construction drawings and realize you need stuff like that, or things don't line up. But especially with a chain like this, is where they have a certain set way of doing things, and they've got a predetermined room size and layout, so you can't just go nuts as far as the fenestration, that sort of thing. It's interesting because the original entrance or door design, I think, is kind of, I don't know, strange. I think it's one of the weaker parts of the design. I don't think this, but now maybe it's a stay bridge standard or something, but from what I see here on the design itself, it doesn't seem to lend itself to that sort of an entrance. So just making it a bigger statement, I don't think is really helping any. I mean, maybe it's, maybe Staybridge just has to understand that in certain situations, if the design like this, maybe the entrance has to be a little bit different.
I'm sorry, are you objecting to the automatic sliding door or the fact
No,
that it's wider?
I don't want to call it objecting. I just find it strange that the materials and everything else that are used on the building itself, and then all of a sudden you get down to the doors, and it's the glass finish, or whatever it is, that the two don't fit together. It's literally, we have to put this entrance on this building, and the two don't relate. And all you've done on the revised drawing is basically just make that entrance bigger. That still doesn't mean, in my mind, that it relates. It's just a bigger statement now that doesn't relate. As far as the offset, I noticed that where you had it on one of them, and it went from a, give or take, about a 2-foot or so, 2.5-foot, 30-inch offset to a 9-inch offset. To me, especially when a building is this large, if you get a 9-foot offset, that's the same as not having an offset. I mean, obviously the initial thought was to have a base that was a different plane than the middle portion, and I think that offset needs to stay at where it is.
Yeah, see something? The upper floors, as it was designed, would not have fit the room types that would have been required.
Well, I mean, maybe that's the case, but then maybe that means you have to, make the base a little bit larger or something or whatever. I can't imagine that this whole building is predicated on a particular building or room size. I mean, I've worked with enough, chain firms that they have a set pattern, but over the years I've discovered that if they want to be in a certain situation, they're willing to shave, 6 inches or a foot off of a room to make it fit. I mean, it's just that sort of thing. Obviously, if they have a set pattern, that's great. And they'd love to work with that, but that doesn't mean those things are set in stone and they can't be modified.
Understood.
Let's see. Obviously at this point, like I said, I don't need to see a whole set of the ones that were approved 3 or 4 years ago. I can understand the concept between the two, but I do think there are some items that that you want to change that I think are important enough to not to be able to approve it at this point like this. That's it.
Well, I will disclose that I was actually on the original design team of this project way back several years ago, but it's been more than a year and I'm no longer with that firm. So I'm the other person who knows something about the project, and I had trouble understanding exactly what the changes would be too, so, just as Alex did. So just going through the things that I tagged that was having trouble with, the weak overhang, I think everybody has commented on that. The big overhang was really a very important element, and I understand it is an engineering challenge. Looking at the elevations and comparing them, so for instance, I'm looking at the northeast elevation. I see that on the original design, the roof overhang was springing from many feet back from the exterior wall. So the spring point, here's the exterior wall, it was springing from here. So that's a huge cantilever there. There may be something that you can do to get another support out here that would reduce your cantilever to something that the engineering folks might be able to handle. I think it is important that the roof overhang comes out significantly beyond the exterior wall, which your new one is not doing. It's only a very small overhang beyond the exterior wall. So the entrance, the big entrance that you're doing, actually I think is an improvement over the original design, the big glass mondrian, and I think it does relate to the glass corner element that was in the original design and you have maintained. So I'm actually in support of that change. I'm not in support of the branding of the canopy. I think that there. Okay. Your previous sheet has a more simple canopy that I think is more appropriate to the design of the building. It would be helpful, though, to see how that canopy relates to what's going on with the paving below. So it's a plan view that actually shows where is the walkway, where is the driveway. You've got that here, you've got a side view, but for the other design, you don't have that, so it's hard to evaluate.
Okay.
Yeah, we just see it in elevation, so it's hard to evaluate what it'll look like. The stone color, I'm in agreement with Alex that I'm not happy with that particular color, and I think you don't have to stay with the same layup that we originally had. He is correct in his recollection that the layup had a lot to do with the colors that were available and what sizes they were available in. So if they don't make that one anymore, then let's bring back a whole new set of options. Definitely have to remain within the Baylands color palette, though. What you're doing with a lot of the individual windows, making them bigger, I think that's also an improvement. So I was glad to see that. So those are actually the only 4 items I had comments on. So I would say we do need to see it back again with a little bit more information. I'd like to see you take a look at the overhang again, give us more information about how the entrance works, and bring back the stone color. Anybody here like to make a motion?
I'd like to move that we continue this item to a date certain, at which time we would receive additional documentation in order to fully review the project and respond to the applicant's request at that time. Do we have it? I imagine you need some time to pull that documentation together, so
yes.
Probably not this next coming meeting, but the one just after that, November 21st. Thank you, Amy.
Yeah,
Would you be,
21st would probably be.
Would you be able to prepare your documentation by what date would they need to get it to you for the 21st then, I'm sorry?
I mean, I don't have to write an elaborate report for this one. So,
No,
yeah, it's, as long as I get it by, November 11th.
And let me be clear, I don't need you to write an elaborate report
Yeah,
for this
no,
one
I
because
wouldn't-
we're already approved. I just need to
Exactly.
graphically see what's going on.
Right.
Okay, so by the 11th, you'd have to have the documentation in?
Yeah, the packet goes out on the 14th, so, it'd be nice to shoot for the
So-
11th.
Just so I'm clear, I understand your concern. We're not seeing the fenestrations because of the lack of
Second to last usually.
shadow shades, maybe even a 3D massing type of study. We expected to bring the entire set again, civil, everything that the original design drawings are.
No, again, we're only reviewing the items that you've changed, and so if you're not changing your site plan, I don't need the civil, but I do need to see at least a set of the floor plans for the building so that I can understand how the building changes from floor to floor. I think it would be very helpful to have some building sections that show the material and the setback of one material from another so we can see deep recesses at the windows, et cetera. Further illustration of the entry element, the way Claire described.
Would you be okay at looking at CD quality or detailed drawings of the sections, wall sections, building sections?
I can certainly read those, but I think that one of our concerns here is the character of the materials that you're using, and part of our challenge is that the difference in the old rendering style and the new rendering style and the colors that are represented are, for me, challenging to understand, almost misleading in some ways in terms of what you're proposing, right? This very green stone that you've shown us today shows up as very light on your drawings. Right. And so while it is challenging to get reproductions to work well, it's something that can be done. And so I'd like to ask you to make an effort to try and get a better reflection of what you're proposing into the package that we review.
All right. Thank you.
I will second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 None opposed and one absent. Thank you. So now on to board member business and announcements. It's time to elect a new chair and vice chair. I would be happy to nominate Lee as chair in his absence.
Second that nomination.
Are we doing them separately or together?
I will do them separately. So let's vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none opposed. Okay, how about nominations for vice chair?
I would nominate Board Member Pop as vice chair.
I will second. All in favor? Aye. None opposed. Thank you. Any reports from officials?
Yes, I am the chief planning official, so I think that qualifies me for an official statement. City Council, just to update you, I know the questions about parking come a lot to y'all, and so I just wanted to kind of let you know key hearing dates. City Council is going to be looking at the parking exemptions code review. There's 2 ordinances there. So that went to the Planning Commission and is going to council on October 21st, along with revisions to the building code, which is of interest to you in your professional life, I'm sure. And then November 4th, we got an RFP about public-private partnerships to build parking garages downtown, so that is interesting. No need to attend either of these. I just want you to be aware that there is activity related to the downtown parking. Then November 18th, we do have 2 items that the ARB has reviewed, one being the 240 Hamilton Avenue appeal, and the other being the site and design review project that is the Fergus Garber Young project at 3159 El Camino Real, the mixed use that was adjacent to the Ken Hayes project today, or across the street, I should say. And then...
Sorry, that was appealed, or it was?
No, that's not appealed. It's a site and design, so that goes to Planning Commission, then ARB, which you've seen, and then Council. So that's the arc on that one. And then on December 9th, there is a study session that you don't need to attend that to represent that, but that's on the 395 page bill. It's just about the traffic impact analysis report. It's not really about design in any way. That's that.
I mean, could you clarify, when does the role of chair, vice chair switch over?
So there was a change. So this year it starts in November. It used to be October. So I think there was a change to make those consistent. So November. So next meeting.
And it's traditional at the next meeting to also switch over the subcommittee members. There's usually a chair and vice chair don't sit on subcommittee. Okay, well, thank you. So this meeting is adjourned. I believe we have one member for subcommittee, or one item for subcommittee.